November to the inauguration ceremony of the annual Research Symposium of the University of Colombo for the year 2024. We now warmly invite you to please stand for the entrance of the distinguished guests. Thank you. We invite you to please be seated. Once again, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to our chief guest, to our Vice Chancellor, our keynote speakers, distinguished guests, respected academics, and other staff members and well-wishers. Research drives the search and generation of new knowledge and is the key component in the widening of human knowledge and understanding. Universities and higher education institutions are solely dedicated towards this noble task as we further human development and understanding in an era of and for sustainable development. The annual Research Symposium of the University of Colombo is an event that marks the research strengths of the university and was initiated in the year 2008 and is an event that holds a special place in the calendar of the university. The key objective is to disseminate new knowledge acquired through research conducted by the university with all staff, students, networking partners, and members of the general public. It is also an opportunity to foster unity and collaboration amongst the faculties and institutes of the university. While we are delighted to have all of you present here with us today, let me also acknowledge and welcome our audience joining us online through the live stream of this event that is available on the Annual Research Symposium webpage for the benefit of all staff, students, collaborators, and also well-wishers. Before we begin our proceedings for the day, we will pay homage to our motherland as we all rise for the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, Namo, 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 Mata. Sundara Siri Varini, Surandi Ati Sogamana Lanka. Ranya Dhanaya Nekamal Palaguru Piri Jaya Bhumiya Ranya. Sapasiri Seta Sadhana Jivanaye Mata Pilidanu Mena Apabhakti Puja Namo Namo Mata Apa Sri Lanka Namo 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 Mata Obamaya apa satya, obave apa shanti, apa harga kulabhanti, oba apa aloke, apa di anuprani, oba apa jivanave. Mukhiya obave Nava jivana gemini Nitina apa kubudu karan mata Jnana virya vadavani naragila yanu mena jaya mubikara Ekhamavaka gedaru kalabadina Yamu Yamu Vinopama
Thank you. Wisdom and knowledge enlightens human lives. Similarly, we will now enlighten this event with the auspicious blessings with the lighting of the traditional oil lamp. We now respectfully invite the following dignitaries to please come forward for the lighting of the oil lamp. Chief guest of this event, Ms. Azusa Kubota, UNDP Resident Representative of Sri Lanka, Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair and Senior Professor of Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne. The keynote speakers for this event, Professor Mohan Munasinghe, Founder Chairman of the Munasinghe Institute of Development and the Mind Group, Professor Yasuyuki Todo, Graduate School of Economics from the Waseda University in Japan, Dr. Vinya Arya Ratna, the President of the Sarvodaya Shramadana Movement of Sri Lanka, Professor Dilshani Disanayaka, the Chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium 2024, Registrar Mrs. K.C. Sanjeevani Pereira, the Bursar of the University of Colombo, Ms. J.T.L. Dharmasena, the Librarian of the University of Colombo, Dr. Mrs. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, Mr. Nandika Buddhipala, representing the Council of the University of Colombo, the Dean of the Faculty of Graduate Studies, Professor A. Aziz, who will represent all deans of the university, the Registrar of the Faculty of Graduate Studies, Mr. R.M.M. L.B. Bavagama, the co-editors of the Annual Research Symposium, Professor Vasanta Dhanapala and Professor Ruwan Gamage, the co-chairs of the Inauguration Committee, Professor Nimal Punyasiri and Dr. Pavitra Jayawardena, the chair of the IT Committee, Dr. B.L. Sanjaya Tilakaratna, and Mr. S.M. Shifa, the convener of the organizing committee. Thank you to our distinguished guests. The annual Research Symposium is an event that is the product of unity, teamwork, and cooperation. We will symbolize this teamwork by now inviting members of the organizing committee to jointly light the lamps on stage. Representing the editorial committee, we have Dr. L.D.L. Pathirana, Professor Kaumadi Karunagoda, and Dr. Pradeepika Saputantri. Representing the inauguration committee, Dr. Kasun Gunawardana, Dr. Udari Aberatna, and Dr. Gayan Dharmaratna. Representing the IT committee, Dr. Lasanthi De Silva, Dr. Ruan Kalubovila, and Ms. Kalani Dharmasena. Thank you to all the representatives of the organizing committee. We will now move on to another item that will welcome all of you, and this will surely enlighten and enliven the proceedings for this day. We welcome the students from the Sri Pali campus of the University of Colombo, who will now welcome you with a dance item that blends Kandyan dance with creativity. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome the students of the Sri Pali campus. What a serene and graceful presentation. Thank you very much once again to the students of Sri Pali campus. The success of any event is determined by the unwavering leadership of the person who is guiding and leading the team. To welcome all of you formally, on behalf of the organizing committee, we now invite Professor Dilshani Disanayaka, the chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium 2024.
Thank you, John. A beautiful afternoon to all our distinguished participants joining online and on-site. On behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Chair Shri Karunaratna, and the organizing committee, I'm honored and privileged to welcome all of you to our Annual Research Symposium 2024. We are gathered here at a time of exciting progress and formidable challenges in our world, making the theme of our symposium, building a sustainable future through impactful research, making it both essential and timely. The University of Colombo has long been a beacon of academic excellence. And this symposium is a unique opportunity for scholars, researchers, and thought leaders to get together. And also, we have innovators joining us today from a wide range of disciplines to ensure that we are going towards sustainability. Our Vice Chancellor, a pillar of strength and support, has been the guiding light in organizing this Annual Research Symposium. With his leadership, we seek to build strong networks and take impactful strides towards a sustainable future. To enrich today's discussion, we are privileged to have 4 distinguished invitees with us, whose presence adds prestige and vibrancy. We are especially honored to welcome our chief guest, Ms. Azusa Kubota, country representative of United Nations Development Program. The UNDP in Sri Lanka is a vital force in building resilience and advancing sustainable development goals in our country, making her participation both inspiring and fitting. The profound challenges affecting us, environmental, economic, and social, demand that we as researchers actively contribute to shape solutions grounded in evidence. We are privileged to have three distinguished, esteemed researchers in our audience with us today who will be enlightening us on these critical areas. Professor Mohan Munasinghe on environmental challenges, Professor Yasuki Todo on economic transformation, and Dr. Vinya Ariyaratne on social challenges. We are truly humbled by your presence, and we are looking forward to your inspiring talks. Our organizing team has identified some key outcomes or key elements for a better future through research via our university. We have compiled these ideas into a document, and we have included that in our book of proceedings, which will be launched today. We will deeply value your feedback and guidance to transform these ideas into actions. We extend a special welcome to the representatives of the Japanese Embassy and the JICA program. Your ongoing support and partnership with our institution greatly contribute to our development. We are fortunate to have in our audience today the leaders who are advancing our institution towards sustainable practices, our deans, rectors, directors, council members. We are inspired by your commitment. All of us will be able to witness the remarkable leadership provided by these leaders in a video showcasing impactful research of our university. A special welcome also goes to our university registrar, bursar, librarian, and the dedicated administrative staff from all university entities. Their precision in managing administration and financials ensures that we have effective implementation of our vision. The University of Colombo is more than just an institution. It's a family, united in facing challenges and celebrating achievements. We are excited to welcome our research award recipients whose contributions have elevated our global standing. A warm welcome to all academic and non-academic staff, support staff, and students joining us today, both in person and online. You are the future leaders and collaborators in our mission to build a sustainable future for generations to come. We are confident that the discussions, presentations, and insights shared throughout this symposium and the series of symposia to follow aligning with this theme will inspire impactful solutions and more sustainable and prosperous future. Before I conclude, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made this event possible, especially my remarkable organizing team for their commitment and tireless efforts, and to every one of you present here today. Your dedication to impactful research is what drives progress towards sustainable development. I wish you all a productive and enlightening symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Next, we would like to invite on stage the guiding light and tower of strength behind the success of the University of Colombo becoming the #1 university in Sri Lanka. His leadership as a researcher guides the culture of research and innovation at the University of Colombo, marking the university as a leader in the country as well as the region. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Senior Professor and Chair of Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, who is spearheading the University of Colombo towards becoming the most sustainable university in the region. Sir, we now invite you to address the gathering.
Very good afternoon. Welcome for all joining this event. Ms. Asusa Kubota, Chief Guest of the Annual Research Symposium 2024, Professor Mohan Munasinghe, Keynote Speaker, of the event, Professor Yasuyuki Todo, keynote speaker, and Dr. Vinya S. Aryaratna, keynote speaker of the event, Professor Dilshani Disanayaka, chairman of the Annual Research Symposium Committee of year 2024, all council members, including deans, rector, Sripali campus, directors, distinguished invitees, dear academia. It gives me great pleasure and honor to address you today, a very important day for the University of Colombo. Since 2008, we have been celebrating our research producers' achievements. Annually, we have been conducting this annual research symposium. This year, particularly, the University of Colombo Annual Research Symposium team with the deans and directors have selected the theme Sustainable Future Through Impactful Research, which is timely important topic we are dealing with, that we know research is the cornerstone of progress, and impactful research can be powerful driver of a sustainable future. By addressing pressing global challenges like climate change, resource depletion, and social inequality, researchers can help to shape a world that are both environmentally sound and socially just. Social justice and economic justice are very important things we are coupling with the environmental degradation and promotion. We know that key areas of impactful research for a sustainable future include the climate change mitigation and adaptation, sustainable resource management, clean and affordable energy, sustainable urban development, health and well-being, as well as social and economic equity. We know that all academics are engaging in research. How it can be an impactful research? I can remember a well-known publisher very recently ranked the University of Colombo as the #1 impactful research organization and the university in Sri Lanka. Why? Because every research is not an impactful research. It needs innovations, policy making, public awareness, and collaborative and networking. An action in progress. If we can touch our research on these 5 dimensions, innovations, policy making, public awareness, and collaborative and networking, and active research. So that will bring more benefit to the society, and that will improve the human well-being. We know that University of Colombo today comprising with 19 institutes, including 10 faculties, 6 institutes, 1 campus, and 1 school, which is the university for 43,000 learning partners. So we have gradually shifted from undergraduate university to postgraduate university, because our total population, total student population, only 36% represents the undergraduate students today. 43% are postgraduate students in the University of Colombo. Our hope in future, our slogan in future is to shift to the research university. Universities are gradually evolving and shifting from undergraduate university to postgraduate university and research university. In this line, I think the University of Colombo have taken many actions. In year 2022, we have adopted sustainable development goals, incorporating into our 4 goals. The University of Colombo, we are trying to achieve 4 goals all the time: excellence in teaching and learning, excellence in research, collaboration, networking and innovation, excellence in capital infrastructure development and service providing, and finally, excellence in responsible management. These are the 4 goals of the University of Colombo. All these 4 goals we tie up with the Sustainable Development Goals in year 2022. So we are working towards these achievements with the Sustainable Development Goals. Particularly, the 17th goal is very much relevant to us, which is we know partnerships, collaboration, cooperation to achieve our goals. Same to the UNDP, same to the University of Colombo. That is why this year we invited chief guest heading in the UNDP Sri Lanka, Ms. Asusa Kubota, to go in hand with the UNDP and the University of Colombo. Not only that, our keynote speakers are renowned keynote speakers in the world in this particular field. You will observe their presentations today and witness how these keynote speakers are close and linked to our research. Thank you very much for participating actively, and I should thank for all organizers in year 2022 Annual Research Symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your words. Ladies and gentlemen, as the premier university in Sri Lanka and a recognized leader in global rankings, University of Colombo is a beacon of innovation and academic excellence. Our institution stands at the forefront, striving to create a sustainable future through impactful research.
Let us bring our attention towards the screen and take this moment to experience the heart of this prestigious institution, where transformative research, visionary leadership, and unwavering commitment entangle to build a brighter tomorrow.
The Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, is the premier medical faculty in the country. The faculty is renowned for its groundbreaking research that has resulted in introduction of new therapies such as renal transplantation and bone marrow transplantation to the country, and eradication of devastating diseases such as malaria from the country. The new generation of researchers in the faculty are leading the way in clinical research, nutrition research, meditation research, and genomics, to name a few of the cutting-edge fields. The faculty accounts for 9 out of 43 Sri Lankan researchers who are ranked among the top 2% of researchers in the world. As we look to the future, the Center for Research Development and Innovation, established in 2023, is leading the way in supporting researchers to achieve greater heights, helping them engage in research that makes a difference to the lives of the people of our country.
As the premier research faculty in the country, the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, is looking forward to our annual research symposium, the Colombo Medical Congress 2024, where we will be showcasing impactful research conducted in the faculty that have contributed to improving the lives of our people. We look forward to seeing you there.
The Faculty of Arts, the largest faculty in the University of Colombo, is made up of 13 academic departments and 4 units, and offers both undergraduate and postgraduate programs in the humanities and social sciences.
The Faculty of Arts is a very diversified faculty with 13 academic departments and 4 academic units, and also we have 176 permanent academic members, and their research also reflects the academic disciplines. Also, we can find several research papers published in very reputed journal articles by our academic members during a couple of years, and most of their publications we can categorize into 17 SDG goals.
science education in this university goes back to about 100 years. So what we have done is to promote research in the last decade, we have done two things. One is that we have been establishing the centers of excellence where different researchers can come together and contribute to multidisciplinary research. I believe that is the future. The second thing we have done is we are now focusing on more applied research, where research leading to a product or commercial possibilities. We are trying to give more prominence to those research. For that, we have introduced a cell where we can bring commercial partners to promote our research. Thank you.
Since 1947, the Faculty of Law at the University of Colombo has conducted groundbreaking research that has shaped Sri Lankan society. Its work goes beyond studying existing laws to questioning what the law should be, influencing court rulings, laws, and policies. The faculty's impact is further enhanced through its publications, Colombo Law Review and Sri Lanka Journal of International Law, as well as its dedicated centers, the Center for the Study of Human Rights and the Center for Environmental Law and Policy.
With the rapid growth of new technology and the unprecedentedly wide access to the global legal scholarship, the Faculty of Law has been gifted with enormous potential to develop its future research. We, as the premier seat of legal education in Sri Lanka, hope to utilize these research opportunities to bridge the ever-growing gap between law and society.
I'm happy to announce you that the Faculty of Education, University of Colombo holds its 4th International Research Symposium on 29 November 2024 under the theme of Building a Sustainable Future Through Impactful Educational Research. This symposium brings together educators, scholars, researchers, and policy makers to share their insights and innovation that shapes the future of education.
Welcome to the Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Colombo. We are excited to announce that the annual research conference will be held on the 22nd of November 2024 from 9 a.m. onwards. Under the theme Sustainable Future Through Multidisciplinary Research.
I am pleased to welcome to the annual research conference of the Faculty of Graduate Studies to be held on 22nd November 2024 under the theme of Sustainable Future Through Multidisciplinary Research.
Parallel to the conference, we are also hosting a doctoral colloquium for our doctoral students. We are proud that this year marks the highest number of submissions of extended abstracts. Our chief guest will be the Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor H.D. Karnarakunu, and the keynote speaker is Dr. Patrick McNamara, the Executive Director of the United States Sri Lanka Fulbright Commission.
As part of our commitment to a sustainable future, the Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo, is set to expand its upcoming international conference, IRCMF, International Research Conference on Management and Finance 2024, by incorporating interdisciplinary themes that address key global challenges. We aim to strengthen international collaborations, build stronger partnership with industry, and engage students in cutting-edge research.
Faculty of Technology, one of the youngest faculty at the University of Colombo. So our faculty started in 2017, and from beginning of the 2017 we have conducted our annual symposium. So this year annual symposium, our faculty theme research in technology in sustainable future. So in this year, parallel to our research symposium, we are conducting innovative exhibition for public and school children. This is great opportunity for our university students to showcase the students' innovative items for the public and school children. So therefore, we are inviting all the advanced level technology students to visit and see our the students' innovative items in the Faculty of Technology.
Our commitment to impactful research serves as the foundation for a sustainable future. It is through research that we address the most pressing challenges in healthcare, whether it's improving patient outcomes, advancing health equity, or navigating the complexities of an aging population. By fostering a culture of inquiry, we ensure that the solution we discover today leads to healthier communities tomorrow.
Our faculty is strongly committed to conduct impactful research on traditional systems of medicine in Sri Lanka. Within that, we are targeting global platforms like SDG goals and other relevant criteria.
Hi everyone, you all are welcome to the institute. In higher education, research is essential, as you all know, and for that we have been conducting research symposium for last few years. This is our 5th international research symposium that has been to conduct in December, 18th December. So you all are welcome to the research symposium. This year, keynote speaker is Professor Krishna Balsingham from the University of Malaya, Malaysia. So you all are welcome to this event, and also we have conduct 5 research degrees at IHRA. So we believe that research is essential part of higher education. Thank you.
The University of Colombo School of Computing, UCSC, is the pioneer of computer education in Sri Lanka, redefining the future through impactful research. With over 20 dedicated research groups, UCSC drives innovation in diverse fields using a state-of-the-art research flow. The UCSC has also earned global recognition, prestigious awards, and valuable strategic partnerships as well. At UCSC, we are not just advancing knowledge, we are shaping the future of technology.
Our vision is to continue pushing the boundaries of the innovative computing research by fostering collaborations, working with other disciplines, and addressing the current global challenges with ICT research.
The National Institute of Library and Information Sciences, University of Colombo, is commonly known as NILIS. NILIS introduced the Empowering 8 Information Literacy Model for South and Southeast Asia, a transformative approach to information skills education. This model has empowered students and educators to navigate the complex world of information, promoting lifelong learning. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, NILIS developed a comprehensive exit strategy for libraries. Collaborating with professionals and academics, NILIS ensured that libraries could adapt quickly and safely, reflecting the commitment to proactive and vigilant leadership in times of crisis. NILIS continues to contribute to impactful research with publications in national and international high-quality journals and conferences. The commitment to research excellence not only showcases its influence, but also sets the stage for future innovations in library and information sciences.
The University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences is driving agricultural innovation, focusing on sustainability. Known for its groundbreaking research, the Institute tackles global agricultural challenges through advancements in crop production and the integration of cutting-edge technologies. Our institute's diverse research covers crop science, agricultural biology, animal science, agricultural engineering, economics, and food systems. Our institute provides a comprehensive, hands-on learning experience through resources like a 40-acre farm, animal husbandry units, and tissue culture facilities. By engaging students in practical research, we emphasize knowledge dissemination alongside production, empowering others to innovate and contribute to the advancement of agriculture. At UCIA-RS, we are committed to advancing sustainable agriculture through innovation and resilience.
University of Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Science provide higher technology and higher education in the field of agriculture. Not only developing agriculture technologies, we are developing the innovators in the field of agriculture in order to increase in the future production in Sri Lanka.
The Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, University of Colombo, is a dedicated postgraduate research institute in Sri Lanka. Establishment of the IBMBB was the result of a very successful research program in molecular biology led by Professor Eric Hamilton Karunanayaka and supported by Swedish International Development Agency and Swedish Agency for Research Cooperation with Developing Countries. Construction and provision of equipment was facilitated by the Investment Department of the Swedish International Development Agency through a soft loan of 15 million Swedish kronor provided to the government of Sri Lanka. Construction of the building began in 2002 and IBMBB was ceremonially opened by the then Swedish Ambassador for Sri Lanka, Her Excellency Mrs. Anne-Marie Fellenius, and Professor Ulf Pettersson, then Vice Rector, University of Uppsala, on 28 April 2004.
As the director, it's my great pleasure to introduce Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, University of Colombo. This is one of the leading postgraduate institute affiliated to the University of Colombo and mainly focusing on postgraduate teaching learning in the field of molecular life sciences, cellular and molecular immunology and bioinformatics.
Postgraduate Institute of Indigenous Medicine is one of the institutes
under the University of Colombo, which is the first ranked university of Sri Lanka. This institute, established with a vision to excel in the field of indigenous medicine and stands as a beacon of academic excellence and research in Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani medicine.
In future, we are going to start the MD programs in other all disciplines in Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani medicine. Degree program is of 5-year duration and 3-year pre-MD period. And after completing 3-year MD period, examination will be held, and next 2-year period will be for the board certification. 1 year must be trained in other countries, especially in India, to get the more clinical exposure in different cultural settings.
Annual International Research Symposium of the Sripali campus will be held on November 20th. This time our theme is Sustainable Development for Media and Liberal Arts.
Welcome to the University of Colombo Library, supporting students and faculties with vast resources and modern facilities. Our branch network provides specialized services across different faculties. Since 2018, Library Research Symposium has driven impactful research. This year's theme, Fostering Sustainable Future, reflects our commitment to sustainability. The symposium continues to shape the future by fostering interdisciplinary research. Our research output has steadily grown with an increasing impact.
Libraries have a significant role to play in achieving sustainable development. We at University of Colombo Library make our contribution by providing services, resources and infrastructure to underpin the impactful research conducted by the university community in achieving the sustainable development.
Ladies and gentlemen, the video showcased a glimpse of the heart and soul of the University of Colombo, and it was created by our very own talented students and staff. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to announce that we will now proceed with the official launch of the electronic proceedings of the Annual Research Symposium for the year 2024.
For this, I would like to cordially invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair and Senior Professor of Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, up on stage to launch the electronic proceedings. And I also invite Professor Dilshani Disanayaka, the Chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium, Dr. B.L. Sanjay Tilakaratne, the IT and Public Committee Chair of the Annual Research Symposium, and the co-editors of the Annual Research Symposium, Professor Vasanta Dhanapala and Professor Ruan Gamage, to accompany him on stage. All staff members will now be receiving a soft copy of the proceedings via their official email addresses, and the soft copy will be available on the official website.
I now invite Professor Vasanta Dhanapala, editor and the chairperson of the editorial committee, to hand over the first copy of the proceedings to Chair and Senior Professor of Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, the Vice Chancellor of University of Colombo.
Thank you. And next, I would like to invite Professor Vasanta Dhanapala and Professor Ruan Gamage to officially present the first copies of the proceedings to our chief guest and keynote speakers. All the council members, the deans, the rectors, and the directors will be receiving a hard copy of the proceedings now.
Thank you so much, sir and madam. At the heart of the annual Research Symposium is a spirit of collaboration and teamwork. This year's event was organized through the dedicated efforts of 3 main subcommittees, each contributing their expertise to make this event a reality.
And starting off with the address by our chief guest for the evening, we are deeply honored to have with us a very esteemed personality as our chief guest. To formally introduce our chief guest, I would like to invite Professor Vasanta Dhanapala, Chair of the Editorial Committee, on stage.
Ms. Azusa Kubota joined the United Nations Development Programme in Sri Lanka as the resident representative in January 2023. Prior to her appointment in Sri Lanka, she served as the resident representative for the UNDP in Bhutan from 2019 to 2022, where she led overall operations, program implementation, strategic vision setting, and representation of the office in the country. Prior to her tenure in Bhutan, Ms. Kubota held multiple leadership roles within the UNDP, and she served as the manager and head of office of UNDP in Solomon Islands and as the UN Joint Presence Manager for UNDP, UNICEF, UNFPA, and UN Women from 2016 to 2019. Additionally, she was the Deputy Resident Representative for Program and Operations for UNDP in Lao People's Democratic Republic from 2014 to 2016 and the UNDP Maldives from 2011 to 2014. Ms. Kubota has also led independent country program evaluations in multiple countries across various regions as well as thematic evaluations while working for the UNDP's Independent Evaluation Office from 2008 to 2011. Her career with UNDP began as a program analyst in the Sustainable Economic Empowerment Unit in Malawi in 2002. In addition to her impressive work with the UNDP, Ms. Kubota has experience in the NGO sector, having worked in Boston, San Francisco, Senegal, and Lesotho. At the International Law Institute in Washington, D.C., she was responsible for designing and executing training programs for senior government officials in the areas of international law and economic development. A national for Japan, Ms. Kubota holds a master's degree in international affairs in economic and political development from the School of International and Public Affairs in Columbia University, New York, and a bachelor's degree from Smith College in Northampton, USA. And she has also spent a semester at the University Sheikh Anta Diop de Dakar in Senegal, enriching her global perspective. With her remarkable expertise and dedication to sustainable development, we are truly honored to have Ms. Azusa Kubota with us today. So please join me in welcoming her to the stage to share her insights and vision as our chief guest. So Ms. Kubota, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very generous introduction. Vice Chancellor H.T. Karnatara, distinguished speakers, Professor Mohan Munasinghe, Professor Yasuki Todo, and Dr. Linia Arianata, and Professor Delshani Dissanayake, Chairperson of the Annual Research Symposium and also members of the committee, and Professor Nenal Punyasiri, Chairperson of the Inauguration Committee, and faculty members, esteemed researchers, ladies and gentlemen, and also friends, colleagues joining online. It is my deep honor to be invited as the chief guest and to speak to you in front of this very esteemed audience. I know University of Colombo has so much to be proud of as the leading academic institution in the country, so I'm very deeply humbled to be here. I hope I'll be able to share something you don't know already. The theme of this year's symposium, Building a Sustainable Future Through Impactful Research, could not be timelier. So what would a sustainable future look like to all of us? This was at the heart of the recently concluded UN Summit for the Future, which produced the Pact for the Future as the North Star for the global community at the time of multiple crises. We in the UN believe that sustainability can only be achieved if we pursue a pathway that is inclusive, equitable, and environmentally sustainable. In other words, we strive towards a future that wholeheartedly embraces the entire set of 17 Sustainable Development Goals as outlined in the Agenda 2030. We have less than 6 years to go before 2030, and we are at a critical juncture. The series of cascading crises we have witnessed since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, including the rising cost of living, ongoing conflicts, and growing energy demands, have collectively resulted in the first ever regression of the Human Development Index since its inception by UNDP in the 80s. The 2024 Global SDGs report highlighted that nearly half of the 17 targets are showing minimal or moderate progress, while over 1/3 are stalled or going in reverse. None of the countries in our region, Asia and the Pacific, will achieve the whole set of the SDGs. An additional 23 million people were pushed into extreme poverty, and over 100 million people more were suffering from hunger in 2022 than 2019. On gender inequality, we noted that 55% of 120 surveyed countries lack laws prohibiting discrimination against women, While women are more educated than men in 60+ countries surveyed, it would still require over 250 years for us to achieve gender equality in all areas of political, economic, and social participation. While the SDG attainment requires considerable investments, we have the challenge of financing, and Sri Lanka is no exception. The SDG investment gap in developing countries alone is $4 trillion a year. Many developing economies, including Sri Lanka, are faced with this daunting task of meeting the financing gap against the backdrop of debt crisis and shrinking physical space. The triple planetary crisis, pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate change adds further complications to this global landscape. We recently concluded the historic UN meeting on biodiversity to be followed by another one on climate change this month. Climate change is causing devastating natural disasters, we all know. Case in point is our recent past, the floods in Spain and typhoon in Taiwan, which is completely off cycle and unusually destructive. More than 500 million have been killed in climate-induced disasters since 2004. Another recent UN study launched this week said that in 2023, the Earth had accumulated the highest amount of carbon dioxide, mainly due to unusual forest fires we saw in North America, Europe, and Asia. If we continue with the business as usual scenario, we're very likely to experience up to a 3°C warning before the end of this century. The chances of us staying within the Paris Agreement target of 1.5 degrees are fast disappearing. And an unsettling issue for us, the humans, is that we really don't know exactly what would the 3 degrees warmer world look like. There is so much unknown and little preparation to be done. In other words, the well-being of the planet and the people are very much linked, and therefore, sustainability must be considered from both the perspectives of people and the planet. Here in Sri Lanka, while notable progress, particularly in the areas such as education, health, and access to clean water has been made, significant challenges remain in achieving the full spectrum of 2030 agenda goals. And many SDG indicators suffer from lack of data and evidence, so we don't really know the real picture. Urban poverty tripled, and rural poverty doubled in 2022. We know why, reaching 15% and 26% respectively. Sri Lanka is also now one of the most unequal countries in Asia, especially around the income wealth, where the top 1% of Sri Lankans own 31% of the total personal wealth in the country, while the bottom 50% only less than 4%. And while it continues to be a high human development country, when it is adjusted for inequality, the HDI value drops almost by 20%. Additionally, progress on gender equality has been slow, with women and marginalized groups facing persistent barriers to economic participation and political representation. The economic crisis further exacerbated these issues, as evident from the recent World Bank study, which said that women's labor force participation has dropped from 32% to 29%. And this is very worrisome because it means women are systematically left behind from the economic recovery activities, including the booming tourism. We must deepen our understanding of the causes and decisively tackle them based on evidence and insights, which we don't have. Last year, to address the data gap in the country after pandemic and the economic crisis, UNDP worked with Oxford University to develop Sri Lanka's first multidimensional vulnerability index, or MVI. This MVI assessed vulnerability in 3 critical dimensions: education, health, and disasters, and living standards, which were measured by 12 indicators. And we worked extensively with Sri Lankan academics and thinkers to ensure the selection of these indicators truly reflects the priorities of the people and the society. By calculating the deprivations encountered by each household, we learned that more than half of Sri Lankans can be considered as multidimensionally vulnerable. This means that these households are extremely vulnerable to any types of shocks, be it economic, social, or climatic. Households with a member of disability are more likely to be multidimensionally vulnerable than the household without. So what was useful about this MBI is that it allowed us to take a deep dive into understanding the specifics of the communities. And for UNDP, it was extremely helpful because we understood that there were gaps in our outreach. For example, the Nuera area district has the highest density of tea estates with most women engaged in lower ranks of employment, its plantations. And they had one of the highest MVIs. The district data also had a high prevalence of violence against women, as evidenced from findings from UNDP social dialogues in the community. Then we realized that our interventions in this landscape were thin, very, very thin, and we have therefore progressively started working with others to build our portfolio around that community. So this is where evidence helps. Also, we understood that the lack of preparedness to disasters and household debt are primary contributions to vulnerabilities. This made us work decisively on a set of recommendations to the government to address some of the challenges on 3 particular topics. We know that Sri Lanka faces escalating climate vulnerability with intense rainfall events and rising temperature threatening communities across the country. This climatic shift jeopardizes essential sectors, including agriculture, water resources, and biodiversity. The most recent climate modeling predicts by 2040, extreme rainfall events are expected to increase sharply, leading to more frequent and severe floods, especially in the dry and intermediate zones. This will impact over 1 million people, damaging critical infrastructure and crops. Warmer temperatures, projected to rise by 1%, will bring increased heat stress, further reducing soil moisture, accelerating evaporation from reservoirs, and putting essential crops under threat. So can we now imagine what it would look like with a 3 degrees warmer climate? Sri Lanka, like many other developing countries, bear the brunt of climate impact despite its relatively small carbon footprint. Ensuring climate justice means holding larger polluting nations accountable while simultaneously supporting sustainable transitions in our own economies through targeted investments and research-driven solutions. The COVID pandemic has taught us that the time to contemplate the trade-off between sustainability and growth is long gone. We must find an equilibrium amongst people, planet, and growth. In this era of interconnected global challenges, we must address multiple crises simultaneously. The nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, which articulate national ambitions and goals to contribute towards a shared vision outlined under the Paris Agreement, are at the heart of this effort. Sri Lanka's NDCs are ambitious, representing the pledge to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to the effects of climate change. But we must do more. We must raise the ambitions furthermore, because we have 1 degree, full 1 degree to shed before 2050. The NDCs are updated every 5 years, and the next NDC cycle to be presented at 2025 COP offers the opportunity. I would even say one and only opportunity to save our planet. While the private sector actors are increasingly playing a critical role in reducing carbon emissions by developing new technologies and mainstream sustainability in their own business operations, they often lack knowledge and expertise as to how to measure and validate their contributions toward those national global commitments. And this has significant implications for carbon trade and other new investments coming in to ensure the whole of the global community approach. Without data and evidence, we are prevented from making bold and impactful investments while also missing out on opportunities for strategic collaboration in terms of research and development. In the context of shrinking physical space and increasing complexity, it is crucial that we make the most efficient use of our resources across society, public and private financing. Research plays a pivotal role here by providing the evidence base and insights necessary to drive impactful policies and actions. And we must leverage our collective knowledge to devise integrated solutions that address these crises holistically while fostering both human development and environment stewardship. At the same time, for the fruits of the growth to be sustainable, we must ensure that no one is left behind and that the fruits are evenly shared amongst the stakeholders. Inequal societies are bound to experience disturbances and instability, which are harmful to economic development. As is the case with the SDGs, development challenges and solutions are all interconnected, transcending a single sector or institution. Therefore, transdisciplinary research plays an essential role in this endeavor. By crossing traditional disciplinary barriers, it integrates knowledge from diverse fields such as environment science, economic, social policy, and gender analysis to create a comprehensive set of solutions to global complex challenges. One example is that we all know that the impact of climate change affects women and men differently due to their gendered roles and norms in the society. While some researchers exist, we do not have effective tools to systematically mainstream gender considerations in our climate action and responses due to lack of data. The Goal 5 on gender equality in Sri Lanka is not measurable due to the severe lack of data, and this is where interdisciplinary research that investigates the intersection between gender and climate could perhaps be essential. Also, we must understand the needs of young people and work with them to amplify their voices in climate justice. We must be more progressive in supporting youth-led climate initiatives, education, and advocacy to ensure that next generation is equipped with drive equitable climate solutions, and they can create a future where they can have hope. UNDP recently did the world's first climate survey. It says that close to 80% of young people thought that their leaders are not doing enough. They want to be part of the solution, but they don't know how. And universities can be the platform to make their dreams come true. And universities and academic institutions are uniquely positioned to lead the effort in fulfilling knowledge gaps by providing a platform where researchers, policymakers, and communities can collaborate on innovative, inclusive solutions, and also giving the opportunity to young people to be part of the solution. For example, the UN report launched last week during the COP on biodiversity showed that 1/3 of the tree species are in danger of disappearing. While we often speak about mammals and amphibians disappearing from a planet, we forget about the tree species that provide the foundational ecosystem for all of us to survive. This type of massive global research was only possible because over 1,000 tree specialists across the world got together to map species to produce alarming evidence calling for urgent action. So this is an example of researchers united in action to make such a large-scale study possible. The role of academia is not only to generate knowledge, but also to ensure that research translates into actionable, context-specific solutions that benefit society. This is where the application becomes so important. At UNDP, we have always advocated for the integration of research into policy and decision-making processes. UNDP is currently supporting the government in developing its first biennial transparency report for the Paris Agreement, which includes national inventory reports, tracking progress towards the NDCs, policies and measures, climate impacts and adaptation, level of financial and technology support, and capacity building needs. This prioritizes inclusive participation, fair distribution of climate action benefits, and just transition principles that would benefit everyone equally. The findings would directly influence the preparation of the next generation of NDC. So it's really the responsibility of a practitioner in institution like UNDP to make sure research actually get applied and operationalized in action. Our work also centers around empowering communities disproportionately impacted by climate change, including low-income populations, indigenous communities, and women. So we do work a lot on the grounds in testing some of the prototypes and ideas and research on the ground. Academic institutions such as University of Colombo are key to all of the areas I just mentioned. I commend the university for establishing a research committee focusing exclusively on the SDGs, particularly in areas that support inclusive green growth and climate resilience. Your commitment to interdisciplinary collaboration and impactful research is a critical component of our shared vision to promote sustainable development, inclusive growth, and social justice. And ultimately, it's all about our responsibility to create a future where every one of us can have hope. UNDP is deeply honored to be a partner in this transformative journey, and we very much look forward to working closely with University of Colombo in taking forward. And all the best with the rest of the program, and I look forward to learning from all the distinguished speakers to make sure that UNDP stays relevant and useful for national endeavors. Once again, thank you so much for the invitation. Oh, okay. Can I read this?
Thank you very much, Madam, for that insightful speech, and it's a great pleasure and privilege for us to have you here with ARS 2024. And with all due respect, I would like to respectfully invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair and Senior Professor in Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, and to accompany him to the stage with respect, Professor Dilshani Disanaika, the Chairperson of ARS 2024, to present the token of appreciation to our very own valued Chief Guest of this Annual Research Symposium 2024, Ms. Azusa Kubota, the UNDP Resident Representative. Thank you very much, Madam, and it's a great pleasure and a privilege to have you with us with our Annual Research Symposium 2024 of our very prestigious university, the University of Colombo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Madam, for being the presentation party. And now we are going to move to the very first keynote address of the Annual Research Symposium 2024. The first keynote address will be delivered by Professor Mohan Munasinghe, the founder chairman of the Munasinghe Institute of Development and Mind Group Colombo. And with all due respect, to introduce and invite the first keynote speaker to the stage, I would like to invite Professor Ruan Gamage, the co-editor of the Annual Research Symposium 2024, to officially introduce our first keynote speaker for this inaugural ceremony of ARS 2024.
Founder Chairman of Munasinghe Institute of Development and Mind Group, Colombo, 2021 Blue Planet Prize laureate, which is also called the Environmental Nobel Prize, and Vice Chair of UN Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, who shared the 2007 Nobel Prize for Peace. He received highest national awards from heads of 5 countries. He is also Chairman, Presidential Expert Commission on Sustainable Sri Lanka 2030 Vision, Distinguished Guest Professor at Peking University, China, an honorary senior advisor to Government of Sri Lanka. He has postgraduate degrees in engineering, physics, and development economics from Cambridge, United Kingdom, MIT, USA, and McGill and Concordia Universities, Canada. He has received several honorary doctorates. Highlights from 50 years of distinguished public service include Senior Energy Advisor to the President of Sri Lanka, Advisor to US President's Council on Environmental Quality, and Senior Advisor Manager, World Bank. He was visiting professor at leading universities worldwide and won many international prizes for his research and applications. He is world renowned for developing the integrated transdisciplinary sustainomics methodology, while authoring over 120 books and 400 technical papers on economics, sustainable development, climate change, power, energy, water resources, transport, environment, disasters, and information technology. He is fellow of several internationally recognized science academies and serves on editorial boards of 14 professional journals. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you for that very generous introduction. Ayubowan, Manakam, greetings. I'll talk about transdisciplinary research for sustainability, balanced, inclusive green growth, and climate justice in a multipolar world. Excellencies, Vice Chancellor, senior dons, distinguished guests. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to the Colombo University Annual Research Symposium, and congratulations on holding this. I have a long association with Colombo University and many fond memories. In 1964, I was here briefly before the engineering faculty moved to Peradeniya. This is a long time ago. In the early 1980s, when I was working as senior advisor to President Jayawardena, I helped Professor Samaranayaka to establish the computer department. And during the early 1990s, I was appointed distinguished visiting professor on sabbatical. And since then, I have given several lectures at various convocations and other events. So we are striving to achieve sustainability in the 21st century. I will explain how transdisciplinary methods based on the Sustainomics framework will show us the way, practical way forward. I must say that I was saddened when our colleague, Resident Representative Kubota, mentioned that we have regressed on the Human Development Index, because the father of the Human Development Index was a very close friend of mine, Mahbubul Haq. He has passed away, but I supported him strongly at the time. I was at the World Bank, he was with the UNDP. And we've had steady progress in it over the years, and finally we have hit a rough patch. So we are all interconnected on one planet. We must unite to save the earth and ourselves, so let us act now together. First, what are the key issues that will block sustainable development? I think the previous speaker has already mentioned we have poverty and inequality, we have resource shortages, collapses in the financial sector, shocks like COVID-19, for example, conflicts going on, and with the long list, there's also climate change, which we consider the ultimate threat multiplier because it worsens all the other issues. Unfortunately, these threats are synergistic, but as stakeholders, 8 billion people on this planet, our responses are rather uncoordinated. I'm sorry to say we also have poor leadership. So people, you and I, academics, we must push our leaders now to take decisive action. Just focusing on poverty and resources globally here, almost 1 billion people who are poor and hungry. China is the exception. They've raised 900 million people out of poverty since the 1980s. So this is a remarkable achievement. But the rest of the world, particularly the global south, has not been so fortunate. In terms of resources, the other side of the coin, in 2023, if you look at 9 key resources, we are exceeding global safe limits for their use for 6 of them. This is shown here. I won't go through them, but just to mention that 2 of them, biosphere integrity, or basically biodiversity loss, and climate change are core limits. If we transgress these, there will be catastrophic effects. The others are also dangerous limits, but these are rather important. Let's look at the nexus of some of these issues, particularly resource limits, unequal consumption, and what it does to the poor. There is a concept called the ecological footprint of humanity, which is the total of Earth's resources, in a sense, to support a human life on the planet. In 2012, we needed roughly 1.5 planets worth to sustainably support us. If we continue as we are, by 2030, we will need 2 planets, and we don't have. We just have 1 planet. Now, who is doing all this consumption? And this is where inequality comes in. This is the infamous champagne glass. 85% of the consumption is done by the top 20 percentile of the world's population, who are consuming 60 or 70 times more than the bottom percentile. Almost 1 billion starving, I said 800 million. But also 1% of the richest own more wealth than the remaining 99%. Global military expenditures, more than 2 trillion, but aid for the poor was, last year I think was about only 160 billion. So resources are misallocated, not addressing the problems. If you put those 2 slides together at the top, you will see that the rich are already using more than 1 planet worth. This is why we have so many broken promises. And I say this to world leaders at many world conferences, that these are 75 years of unmet goals and promises, and I'm not very popular for doing that. Since 1947, which was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, very fine document. By 2015, we have the Sustainable Development Goals. If you care to look through, every one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals were originally implied or stated in that old document of 1947. This is why we say we must make progress. So what are the key lessons we have learned in order to move forward? I did a little bit of work, modest amount of work with this Sustainomics framework and something called Balanced Inclusive Green Growth, or BIGG, which was presented at the 1992 Earth Summit. For 30 or more years, it's been around, it's been applied, and so on. I feel it will help to facilitate the 2030 agenda and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals to implement. So one of the core concepts is the Sustainable Development Triangle, building on the work of the Brundtland Commission. asks for balance and integration between three key elements. We need economic growth for prosperity to raise the poor out of poverty, of course. We need to protect the environment while we are growing rich. And at the same time, we have to see that the benefits are fairly distributed, so with empowerment and inclusion and all the other good things. But also the interconnections between the sides of the triangle, equitable growth, and green values are equally important. And if you look at any particular topic like climate or sustainability, can be analyzed in terms of the three elements, and if you unpack them, you eventually get to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which I also advised on. These are the goals. I think President Representative Kubota has clearly indicated this is really a kind of a last chance for us. It is a useful monitoring framework, but must be localized to each country's needs. Right? It's not a cookie cutter that you apply uniformly everywhere. But also, I have a feeling that the BRICS group and the Global South will lead the way forward in this, and I'll tell you why. There are three kinds of assets to support sustainability. One is built capital, this room, the roads, the bridges, other things that we use. We need natural capital, air, land, and water to support us. And we need social capital. Social capital is you and I, the glue that bonds society together, the values, the cultural institutions, and other things. Equally important as much as the others, often overlooked. And that is what leads to conflicts and other bad outcomes. The second co-concept very quickly is what I call climbing the mountain. It is empowering people, basically saying that you have to act now. Often we feel that climate and sustainable development are mysterious subjects. It's like a mountaintop that is covered with clouds. But if we keep walking uphill one step at a time, we will reach it. And the important thing is not to be overwhelmed by these. Don't leave it to leaders and other people to tell us what to do. We know what to do. When we leave this room, we can switch off the light, turn off a tap, plant a tree. And we can do this not only at the individual level, but in groups, in companies where you have corporate social responsibility and other things, in communities, in cities. So we can act now without feeling helpless. The third key element is basically what happens in our own minds, which is what Colombo University is doing so well. We have to have innovation and fresh ideas. We have to think in terms of multiple disciplines, not just one. We have to think in terms of replacing unsustainable, unethical values, starting with the youngest children in kindergarten. We have to think in terms of global scales, not just our neighborhood, in terms of decades or centuries, not just days or weeks, and in terms of multiple stakeholders as well, working together. So I won't dwell on the transdisciplinarity aspect because I teach a course in that, and it's a very complex topic. But essentially, sustainable development issues are very diverse. And the whole discipline that I pushed, Sustainomics, tries to combine a whole range of disciplines from philosophy and sociology all the way to ecology, engineering, and natural sciences, so that we can apply these disciplines in a practical way to solve real-world problems. Let me say a few words about values, which I mentioned, because unfortunately in that area we have an unsustainable triangle. in my belief, the world is driven by unethical social values at the moment. We have greed, selfishness, corruption, injustice, violence, and so on. That has led to a model of economic maldevelopment, where you have unsustainable growth that is based on debt, extreme market forces, poverty and inequality, and all the other bad things. You see, just think that our grandparents saved more than we did. So we are benefiting from the investments of their savings. But in our generation and subsequently, we have learned a different truth. We have learned to borrow, not to save. So we can live very well with borrowing, but we are leaving all that debt to our children and our grandchildren. And that is also the cause of the environmental debt, that we have overused a lot of the Earth's resources. And look at the closed cycle. The less resources you have, the more wars you have. So this cycle continues. You have to break the cycle. Believe me, there have been no wars on weapons of mass destruction or human rights. All the wars are fought on resources, on land, water, oil, and so on. So this cycle has to be broken if we want to break the cycle also of conflict. Let me talk a little bit about spatial and temporal scales and how systems work, right? If you look at a human being, let's say a lifespan of about 100 years, 2 meters in terms of dimension, space. So over that span, we are a sustainable system. I mean, we can continue reasonably well. But they are embedded into a super system, which is society as a whole, human beings as a whole. Here, you're thinking in terms of, let us say, settlements of maybe 100 kilometers in span, 1,000 civilization which lasts 1,000 years. So the super system provides continuity and stability for the human being to continue, right? But there are subsystems. In each body, as you know, there are cells and organs. These are lasting days or weeks. The cells constantly renew themselves. They are sub-millimeter in scale. They are adapting and innovating fast. But they are also supporting the human system. So we have to understand this interconnection, the panarchy of systems. And that is why you need transdisciplinarity to think about this. So when we talk about sustainability, it is not just one thing. It is a whole range through the ecological systems. Stakeholders. I'm a firm believer that business is not part of the problem, but part of the solution. Civil society and business have to work with governments. It's not enough just to criticize and say the governments are all corrupt and so on. We must push them to do the right thing, okay? And this is extremely important to strengthen leadership and protect our sustainable development space. The last core concept is very simple. It's just implement, implement, implement. And basically, there are many theories which are lying on the shelf, not being implemented. But we also have analytical tools and policy options and case studies. I can't give you all those here because the time is too short, but if you contact me, where we have replicable methods of application which can be used usefully all around the world. Now let me talk about something called balanced inclusive green growth. Okay, this is a dynamic form of the Sustainomics framework. It is to prevent the collapse of unsustainable global systems. Now here, the vertical axis shows environmental risk in terms of greenhouse gas emissions per capita. The horizontal axis is development level, which is, let us say, GDP per capita. Now, if you're a poor country, you are low GDP, but you have low emissions. If you're a rich country, you have high GDP, but you are also emitting above the safe limit, agreed safe limit for emissions. And many countries are in the middle at the point B. And in this case, this triangle that I spoke about is not balanced yet, right? So the first thing after this was proposed, we thought about the 1990s and we said, let's start with economy and environment. This is called the green growth balance. Let us see how we can achieve those two, right? So this is done through, for the rich countries, for example, using modern technologies and methods, they can have the same quality of life, but with much less use of resources and emissions. So you come down on the resource use. For the middle countries and the poor countries, we do not follow the profligate path of the rich, not at all, okay? We use the green growth tunnel. So we can reach the same point E as the rich countries, but with much less burden on the environment. And you can use this kind of approach for water, for food, for energy, and all the others. And finally, we bring in society. So now the triangle is complete. You look for green growth paths which are pro-poor, which are inclusive. And this is balanced, inclusive green growth. You have different paths for the rich countries, different paths for the middle and the poor countries. And if you look, for example, at sustainable consumption, right? 1/3 of the world's food production is lost or wasted, particularly in homes, in the Western countries, the rich countries. The panel at the top. This family can have the same quality of life and the same consumption level, but with less packaging, less food waste. So that is the curve that must come down, right? The bottom has the poor family in the Sahel. In their case, this is not a case of reducing consumption. They have to increase consumption, but along the green growth path, so that there is no wastage. And that is how we manage within the resource envelope of the whole planet. Just to tell you that this is not only a question of lecturing, learned discourses like this, because this kind of interaction, although it is very commendable, reaches only 0.0001% of the world's population. There are hundreds of millions of other people. In 2012 at the Rio +20 World Summit, I got tired of listening to world leaders on the stage, and I went to the beach and I met some musicians. And we formed an organization called Susteno Musica. As you know, the Brazilians are wonderful musicians. We have now tens of thousands of people who are creating the music of sustainability. These are played sometimes at rock concerts and various other things, but the whole point is use all the means you have, including the social media, in order to get your message across. And finally, the business side, sustainable production is extremely important. I've worked with some of the CEOs and senior managers of top multinationals. They all agree that sustainability and triple bottom line is very important. They like green growth because this is win-win. They can reduce, for example, energy use, so it's good for the environment, but because their costs go down, they can increase their profits. And finally, the ethical values, which is a long-term concern, that we must have business managers who are much more ethical. And you can see the list of companies that I've worked with, many, I mean, across the range. Some of them are, most of them I think are sincere, but there is also a bit of greenwashing going on, and we have to watch out for that. Just to give you a little example of the green growth type of approach, this is called something called life cycle analysis. Here we are looking at the carbon footprint of certain products, right? So we look at raw material production, manufacturing, transport, retail, consumer use, and disposal, the full life cycle. If you look at tea that is produced in Sri Lanka, this tells you the hot spot. it tells you that most of the carbon emissions happen at the retail level. Why? Because the packaging is very complicated. For that little tea bag, you have a huge amount of packaging. So now many of the tea manufacturers have used this study result to reduce the packaging and reduce their carbon emissions. If you look at orange juice that is produced in Brazil and transported to UK, most of the emissions happens in transport. So if you improve the transport, shipping, you can reduce the environmental burden. If you look at milk, again, UK is an example, 76% of emissions happens in the farm. So there you have to educate the farmers how not to emit a lot of emissions in their practices. Garments, similarly, 65% of the emissions happens in the supply chain, the raw material production. So basically what I'm saying is if you have sustainable consumers and sustainable producers working together and build a cycle, then you have a sustainable society. You can have traditional markets for old people, the polars. You can have online markets for youth. This is growing, and so on, and build the cycle of sustainability. Now let's think very quickly about climate, which is another topic. I've been working with the IPCC for many decades, and we started pre-2000 thinking of climate and development as separate topics. But since then, over the years, and I've driven that process in the IPCC a long time ago, integrating climate change and sustainable development is the way to look at it. And we received the Nobel Peace Prize for showing this link. Okay? What does the IPCC say? I'm summarizing a huge report that is this thick. Global warming is proven. It's human actions that are causing some of the effects today, including temperature rise. The future, continuing climate change is bad, and it will harm the poor the most. This is where climate justice comes in. And basically, the rich have put most of the greenhouse gas up there in the atmosphere, but the poor will suffer most. It is totally unfair. But as I said before, sustainable development is the key, that we don't address climate by itself, but as part of a package. And that is shown in this, that at the bottom you see that human actions have caused the past development parts have caused the greenhouse gas emissions, which is driving the climate system. Because there's a lot of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, there's a process called radiative forcing. And because the climate system is disturbed, it strikes back, okay? With temperature rise, sea level rise, storms, and so on. And that is affecting human and natural systems which are vulnerable. And therefore, that will affect our future development. So you have a complete vicious cycle that is going on. Now, what do? We introduce two filters. The top one is called adaptation. If you have bad and harmful effects, if the sea level is going up, you can build a wall to keep the sea out, right? So that is part of adaptation. Mitigation, the filter at the bottom, what do? We try to squeeze down the emissions, okay? So through these, we try to have policies that will break this cycle. And just to emphasize the point, climate action, SDG 14, is only one of 17 goals for very good reason. We had a lot of discussions prior to 2015 on this. Why? Because climate has to be integrated into all the other aspects of national policies like urban, energy, health, the poverty reduction programs, and so on. Unless you have that integration, you will not succeed, okay, with addressing climate change, and you will make the other problems much worse. Now, let me talk about climate justice because I feel very firmly about this. There must be a fair allocation of greenhouse gas burdens. So in 1992, at the UN Framework Climate Convention, I worked on this too. We argued a lot about this wording. There is a wording called common but differentiated responsibilities. What does this mean? Common means 8 billion people on the planet. We are all responsible to work together. Differentiated means that we have different needs and we have different capabilities. Therefore, there are different roles. Now, if you look at this, essentially what I'm saying is that mitigation should be much more the burden of the richer countries who have more capacity to do this. Unfortunately, they are not pulling their weight. And we have been saying this over and over again at every conference of parties. For the poor countries, adaptation is a higher priority because we have a lot of poor people who are very vulnerable. It doesn't mean that we don't do the other thing also. There is a common responsibility. But the primary priorities are these. And in Egypt, at COP27, a proposal for a loss and damage fund was proposed. It was a very tough fight because the Western countries blocked this completely. It is based on the polluter pays principle, which is very well known in environmental law, that the rich compensate the poor for climate change damages. In Dubai, great difficulty, the fund was approved, and hopefully in Baku, which I'm going in 2 days' time, we will expand and activate the fund. By the way, I apologize to my distinguished keynote speakers who will follow. I will have to leave shortly after I give my speech because there are a lot of things I have to do to prepare. My humble apologies, my loss. Now, just to tell you about this, just Sri Lanka, right? In the 1980s, I worked as senior advisor to President Jayawardena. We installed in the 1980s 1,000 megawatts of hydropower, of renewable energy, long before climate change was fashionable, 1980s. So we were doing the right thing long time ago, right? And so it is a little unfair when people come and tell us, now, why are you putting these coal-fired power plants? It's not to say that we have to go for coal exclusively, but we have done our bit, okay? In the past, we will continue to do through the NDCs, the process that the resident representative identified, but we also have a right to use energy to fuel our development, and since our per capita emissions are extremely low, we should have more space to expand that energy use. Okay, this is the first fact about climate justice. Let's start from the basic premise. All human beings have an equal right to emit greenhouse gases. I did a very simple calculation. Since 1850, if you look at per capita emissions roughly from the Western countries versus the global South, the Western countries have emitted well above the global average. The South has emitted well below the global average. You can make a rough calculation, okay? This is 900 billion gigatons. Now, using a rough value of $50 per ton, this is $40 to $45 trillion. Now, one can argue that this is a climate debt that the North owes to the South, okay? If you look at the financial debt, Sri Lanka was bankrupt recently. That is just $10 to $12 trillion. So one argument we can make is if you pay us back part of the climate debt, we can easily pay off our financial debt to the various banks today. It's an interesting argument. That is climate justice. But in a sense, the UN, the Loss and Damage Fund is implicitly recognizing this. And that is why I will, when I go to Baku, push this as much as I can. The second aspect of climate justice is something that I'm sure none of you have really thought about. In September 2022, there was a pipeline that connects Russia to Germany, mysteriously blown up. So nobody wanted to take responsibility. We know who did it, but it was nobody from the global south, right? Nobody, say, from Sri Lanka. 500,000 tons of methane were released in a matter of an hour or two. That is equivalent to 2 years emissions from the entire Sri Lanka. So even if we reduce our emissions for 2 years, this release of methane would be equivalent to that. So this I call an extreme act of climate terrorism. It is never mentioned in the, particularly in the mainstream media. But think about it, okay? How many children and other people will die in the future because this gas was released into the atmosphere, okay? That is the essence of the climate justice argument. Now, let me finish with application of this BIGG on carbon emissions for hydro projects, okay? We analyzed some time ago some hydro projects, small hydro projects in Sri Lanka, and we used multiple disciplines. I've put all of those there to do this. You could not analyze in using just engineering or economics, all of these disciplines. We looked at 3 key variables. How do we analyze? Economic, okay? Supply cost is extremely important. In energy supply, you use the cheapest energy source, right? The second one was because it's hydro, some people get displaced because you have to build a dam. So the number of people displaced we used as a social variable. And environmental, we use biodiversity loss. Because you're flooding some areas, some species may get disrupted. So to develop these indices, you need all of the disciplines I showed you before. Now, if you plot these results in this kind of way as a bar graph, you can't tell very much, okay? Because how do we differentiate between 25 different sites using this bar graph? So you have to replot it, okay? This is multidisciplinary analysis. Now, in this, economic cost is going up. People resettled is coming out of the paper, so to speak. Biodiversity loss is going in. It's a 3-dimensional graph. What does this tell you? It tells you that from the origin, from 0, if you move away, you're doing badly. Your economic costs go up, more people are resettled, you are losing more biodiversity. So the group of green sites are better because they are close to the origin. The group of sites that are red, high cost, high biodiversity loss, a lot of people resettled. Reject them. So it's a simple way of using this triangle and a simple example of multidisciplinary analysis. We applied this also at the national level. In 2019, I presented a report on Sustainable Sri Lanka 2030 vision. They are all Sri Lankan scientists. You might recognize, Professor Savitri Gunasekara, who was a former Vice Chancellor, is one of the authors, but many of them. And the key point is, this is a very practical report. It's written 100% by Sri Lankan experts. So I salute you also as the next generation, and particularly the students. And basically we said we want to have a thriving economy, we want to have a green environment, we want to have an inclusive society. It's a middle path, right, essentially. And it has all of the sectors and also all the cross-cutting issues in it. Read it when you have the time, it's right there, and I hope the new government will use it. Now, ending with what I feel is a big barrier to sustainability. And that is, we need a transition to something called a multipolar world. A little bit controversial, but it is a view more from the global south. If you look at UN votes on various things, Israeli occupation of Palestine, economic sanctions against Russia, US sanctions on Cuba, consistently the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and the global south have voted on one side, and the Western countries have voted more on the other side. So it's 85% of the population here, 15% of the population on the other side. And that is causing a lot of blockage, because the West, the perception is it is more of a military bloc that has used war and sanctions to get its way. The BRICS is economic group, and the global south. We are more interested in peaceful trade, in mutual prosperity, in our own self-respect and dignity, to look at SDGs, climate, poverty and hunger, and those things. So we need to find a compromise, and this is what is emerging. The old world was a little more hegemonistic, what we call the unipolar world. Think about this. You had the West, US, UK, Europe, and so on. As I said, 15% of the global population, dominating BRICS and the global south. And their leadership acknowledged this. President Obama said, US is exceptional. We can do whatever we want. Borrell, who is the chief EU diplomat, said, Europe is a garden. The rest of the world is a jungle. Sorry, we are not animals, but that's what he said. Boris Johnson said, West must not lose global hegemony. So what is the reality here? There is a transition happening. If you look at the BRICS plus countries, in purchasing power parity terms, our GDP is more than the G7, right? It's growing. Number of countries joined in 2023, there are more as partners in 2024, and more have, including Sri Lanka, have applied, right? So the emerging world is a multipolar world. Hopefully it will have room for what I call BIGG, with peaceful economic partnerships, multiple currencies rather than relying only on the US dollar. US dollar will remain, but not the only global currency. So you have BRICS and the global south, and then you have the Western bloc. Now the academic community, we have a very important role to build a bridge. We have to prevent conflict and war happening. And this emergence of the multipolar world, to have a peaceful transition, is extremely important. Now, I will show you a brief video clip, because basically what I tell you, I have also told Western countries. And this is an interview, with Zane Asher, very nice young lady, who is the international anchor of CNN, which is the primary news media. This is in the United States. Could you play this clip, please? Just 1 minute clip.
When you think about the sort of, the fact that we're seeing the world order, I guess, recalibrate itself in a way, when you think about the fact that we're seeing the world order, I guess, recalibrate itself in a way, in a certain sense. I mean, I gave one small example about several members of the Biden administration visiting Africa in such a short space of time. Obviously, they're competing with Russia and China. Sergei Lavrov has been to Africa. I've lost count of how many times in the past few months. What are the implications and the opportunities in a world where it is multipolar and there are multiple spheres of influence, not just one or two?
I think the multipolar world looks more attractive to the global south. Now, I mean, I cannot speak for the entire global south, okay?
Yes,
but
it's not a monolithic entity.
Yes, but the reason is that the existing world order, which has been more, since the Second World War, more unipolar kind of, but Western-led certainly, is not doing too well. There's a lots of conflicts, the economies are under threat, poverty is still persistent and so on. The multipolar world, particularly the emergence of the BRICS countries, gives the global south more hope, and that's why countries of the global south want to join this. This is more on trade, cultural exchange, peaceful economic ties and so on. I think they are a little tired of 500 or more years of colonial interventions, and these memories are still there in the countries of the global south, and other sort of aggressive interventions, and they want a more balanced world order. Now, there are a lot of opportunities with digital technologies and other new methods, which both have a risk, but also have great promise, and will allow the global south to have a level playing field. They will be equal and respected, have their dignity and self-respect restored.
When you think about...
So, let me end by saying we need to watch out for potential surprises. You have, of course, climate change, the risk multiplier, but you also have pandemics and resource shortages, you have social unrest and conflicts, you will have economic crises, and you will certainly have technological disruption with AI and robotics and so on. Innovative thinking, which Colombo University exemplifies, will build the resilience against those shocks and help us to survive in a changing world. And just to tell you, out of the 12 potentially disruptive technologies, 8 are digital technologies, which is an area that I work in, and we have to really watch out for those. Let me end by giving you a little bit of personal advice, right? I think we must harmonize ourselves before we harmonize the planet, right? So you have your work and your income and your job satisfaction, but you also need to balance with health, longevity and so on, wellness, and that is the mind and the body. But don't forget also the social side, family, friends, community, and that makes a balanced personal sustainability triangle. And let me end with the optimistic final message for Sri Lanka and the world. We have multiple problems, but we know the solutions. We just need to apply them, right? We need governance systems to transform in every way possible. We have a new government emerging in Sri Lanka, and hopefully they will show the way. Academics can support sustainable development, civil society and business, helping government. And I think the Colombo University researchers can lead the way in devising 21st century paths for sustainable development, not only in Sri Lanka, but the whole world. This is an ancient Pali blessing from our preamble to our constitution. May the rains come in time, which is environment. May the harvest be bountiful, which is economy. May the people be happy and contented. May the king be righteous, which is society. So our ancestors knew about the triangle. We're just trying to rediscover it now. I come from the Munasinghe Institute for Development. Please contact me for more information. Stuti, Nandri, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very insightful keynote address this evening. I now invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair Senior Professor of Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, accompanied by Professor Dilshani Disanaika, Chairperson of the Symposium, on stage to present this token of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Mohan Munasinghe. While we thank Professor Mohan Munasinghe for that very insightful session of his keynote address this evening, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the University of Colombo, we are acknowledging his insights this evening. Thank you, sirs, and thank you, madam.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, prepare to be swept away with a dynamic change of pace. Prepare to witness the cultural performance with a theme on the evolving relationship between humans and nature. This artistic depiction presents our strained relationship with nature, as development takes place and highlights how nature begins to alter human life when it is disturbed, thereby causing us to reassess using teamwork and rebuild the relationship from the very beginning for a sustainable future. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a mesmerizing display of rhythm, movement, and vibrant color. Without further ado, put your hands together in welcoming the exceptionally talented students of the Sri Pali campus.
Thank you very much, the dancers from the Sri Pali campus of the University of Colombo, with that incredible performance depicting the culture of Sri Lanka. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding with the second keynote address of the annual Research Symposium 2024 of the University of Colombo. And it's our pleasure and privilege that we have Professor Yasuviki Todo from the Graduate School of Economics, Waseda University, Japan. And to read out her prestigious profile and invite her on stage, I most respectfully invite Dr. Pavitra Javardhana, co-chair of the Inauguration Committee, to introduce her on stage.
Professor Yasuyuki Todo is a professor at the Graduate School of Economics, Waseda University, Japan, since 2014. He obtained his PhD in economics from the Stanford University. Until 2014, he served as the head of the Department of International Studies, the University of Tokyo, Japan. He is also a program director and faculty fellow at Research Institute of Economy, Trade and Industry. His research fields are international economics, development economics, and applied microeconometrics. In his current projects, he focuses on the role of social and economic network in economic growth and resilience on firm and household level data from various countries. He has published nearly 70 academic papers in refereed journals, including Nature Sustainability, the Journal of Industrial Economics, the Journal of Regional Science, Research Policy, World Development, and Ecological Economics. He is ranked top 0.39% among economics in the world and 0.67% among supply chain researchers based on academic publications in the recent 5 years, according to Scholar GPS. He is a board member of the Japanese Association for Development Economics and the Japanese Society of International Economics. He has also served a number of policy advising committees in the national and local governments, including the Committee for Japan's Future under the Council on Economic and Fiscal Policy of the Cabinet Office and the Industrial Structure Council of the Ministry of Economy, Industry and Trade, and T20 Japan 2019 under G20. Professor Todo, I feel humbly honored to invite you to deliver the keynote speech.
Thank you very much for a kind introduction. Vice Chancellor H.C. Carnute, distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly my greatest honor to be invited to this annual research symposium of the University of Colombo. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me here. I also like to thank the students for their excellent performance. And I will talk about the sustainable development of global supply chains, but let me introduce myself a little bit more. I'm an economist doing a lot of works, empirical works in the fields of international economics, development economics, and Japanese and Asian economies. I did a lot of work on the effect of trade, foreign direct investment, foreign aid, and social networks on economic growth and development. For this purpose, I did a lot of field works in various countries, as shown in these pictures. Recently, I'm focusing more on the role of global economic networks, including global supply chains, international research collaboration networks in economic growth and resilience using large-scale data. I've written more than 70 papers in referee journals, as already introduced. And recently I'm very happy to find out that I'm highly ranked among researchers by this Scholar GPS organized by Meta. And in fact, you can find that I am the top 17th in economic impact analysis. But I'm very much honored, but I'm sure that this is kind of a mistake by AI that created this ranking. Anyway, this is about me. And I would like to note that I did a field trip in Sri Lanka with 15 students of mine last February, visiting so many places like this, including the University of Colombo. At the time, Vice Chancellor Karnatne was so kind and generous to all of us. And so I'd like to take this opportunity to thank him very much. Also, this trip was possible because of one of my graduate students from Sri Lanka, Ilani, who received a master's degree from Waseda University last September. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate Ilani. So now let's talk about global supply chains. I would first talk about what research tells us about supply chain sustainability, starting with the current situation of global supply chains. And then I will show that economic effects of supply chain disruptions are substantial. However, diversified supply chains are resilient and sustainable, and diversification and innovation help to avoid economic coercion as well. And then I will talk about what we should do to create more sustainable supply chains based on research outcomes, including mine. I would like to propose three. One is to strengthen supply chains with the Global South. Two is to promote international research collaboration. And finally, to effectively utilize industrial policy. So actually, my talk is quite different from the previous talks, but I'm sure that it's kind of related, particularly the latter part is related to the argument of Professor Mnashke about the Global South. Okay, so now current situations. We all know that the US-China decoupling has deteriorated sustainability of global supply chains. The US, Europe, and Japan have implemented policies to restrict trade and investment with China, and China also fought back. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you that the slides are available from this left QR code. So if you're interested in the, these slides, you can get it from this QR code. And also, if you're interested in myself, the right QR code is for my website, so you can connect to my website. Sorry about that. So, but even so, I'd like to emphasize that many Asian countries still heavily rely on China in supply chains. This figure is showing the share of China in imports of intermediate goods. You can see that South Korea, Indonesia, Australia are increasing their reliance on China. Sri Lanka and Japan are stable, but the level is quite high. However, the US has reduced its reliance on China substantially since 2018, the beginning of the US-China trade conflicts. So these figures are also showing a similar thing, showing changes in imports of major commodities in total and from China during the period 2017 to 2023. You can see that Japan and Germany actually increased their reliance on China in imports of many major commodities. However, if you look at the US, you can see that the US reduced its reliance on China, and at the same time, the US actually increased its total imports. So the US is actually successfully diversifying its supply chains, keeping the total imports. If you look at Sri Lanka, you can see that Sri Lanka reduced its reliance on China, but also total imports. That means that you are kind of losing economic benefits because of the decoupling. So I will touch upon this issue later. And in this situation where many countries are relying on China, economic effects of supply chain disruptions can be substantial. This is shown by my simulation study with Professor Inoue using an agent-based model and rich firm level data for Japan, including 1 million firms and 4 million supply chain ties. We first show that economic shocks propagate through supply chains quickly, taking the case of the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011. So these maps show that the economic shock by the earthquake propagated quickly through supply chains across Japan and sustained in the very long run, leading to a huge effect in total. This is mostly because of small world property of supply chain networks, which means that the distribution of the number of suppliers and clients is not normal, but very much skewed, which means that there are several hub firms with an extremely large number of suppliers and clients, like 10,000 suppliers and clients. And through these hub firms, firms in the economy are indirectly linked with each other within a few steps. So that's why the economic shocks can propagate through supply chains very quickly. So using this framework, we further found that the effect of disruption of imports from China on the Japanese economy would be substantial. When we assume imports from China reduced by 80% for 2 months, then 40% of value-added production of Japan would be lost. This is a huge effect because the initial shock is magnified through domestic supply chains. We also find that the effect of import disruption of more upstream products like metals, machinery, plastic, and chemical products would be larger because, again, propagation through domestic supply chains. And this implies that the disruption of raw materials, such as rare earth metals, may have a huge effect. So we have to be very much concerned. So what should we deal with these risks of supply chain disruption? Many studies, including mine, show that diversified, particularly internationally diversified supply chains are sustainable and resilient. In this study, I examined the effect of supply chain links with firms damaged by Hurricane Sandy in the US in 2012 on their sales growth. Then I found that firms with foreign partners were less affected by supply chain disruptions. This is most likely because these globalized firms can substitute new partners, new suppliers and clients for damaged partners. So this study suggests that substitution is the key to the supply chain resilience and sustainability, and international diversification of supply chain partners can lead to this, can enable easier substitution. And there are several other studies leading to the same conclusion, but I will skip these because of a time constraint. But I want to note that diversification can also avoid economic coercion. A typical example of economic coercion is the restriction on exports of rare earth metals to Japan by China in 2010 due to Senkaku Island issues. And at that time, China's share in Japan's imports of rare earth metals was huge, more than 80%. So it is natural that these products, rare earth metals, were targeted by the economic coercion. And how did Japan deal with this economic coercion? This figure shows that Japan drastically reduced China's share in imports of rare earth metals from 90% at the peak to 40% by diversifying source partners to, for example, Thailand and Vietnam. And also, you can notice that the total imports of rare earth metals was stable until 2020, implying, despite of the rise in demand for ICT products using rare earth metals. So this implies that Japanese companies successfully innovated alternative technologies using less rare earth metals. So this is an example of such innovation by Toyota for electric motors and by Daikin for air conditioners. So these examples show that innovation is another key to deal with economic coercion and to create sustainable supply chains. And so far, I have emphasized that diversification and innovation are the two keys to create a sustainable supply chains. But here, I want to emphasize that I'm not saying that we should decouple from China. In fact, the world is not decoupled, and the world should not be decoupled. So these figures are showing changes in exports of major commodities in total and from China. And you can see that at the bottom, the US and Germany actually increased their exports to China and in total. But Japan and Sri Lanka unfortunately reduced exports of some commodities to China. And so our total exports are kind of stable. So we are losing a little bit of economic profits by this decoupling. So here I want to emphasize that balancing between sustainable supply chains and economic benefits, economic profits, is quite important when we think about creation of supply chain resilience and sustainability. So now, what should we do to create more sustainable supply chains? The theory suggests we need policies. Why? Because creating supply chain ties is costly to the focal firm, but also provides benefits to its suppliers and clients. So this means that the social benefit of creating social ties is greater than the private benefits to the focal firm. In that case, in the market economy, the level of diversification of supply chains is less than social optimum. Therefore, we need policies. And from a perspective of Japan or one of the Western countries, I want to argue that supply chains with the Global South are not sufficient. The left figure is showing the share of selected countries and regions in Japan's imports of intermediate products. So you can see that the share of China is declining a little bit, but the share of ASEAN and share of India are not increasing. And the right figure is showing the Japan's foreign direct investment in the manufacturing sector. Again, FDI to ASEAN or India is not increasing much, although FDI to the US is increasing a lot. And this is showing FDI to Sri Lanka. You can easily see that FDI from the US and Japan has been stagnant and much, much lower than FDI from China, Hong Kong, and India. So Japan and the Western countries need to expand supply chains with the Global South more for supplier diversification and also export promotion. In fact, India and ASEAN will be the third and fourth largest markets in the very near future. However, one barrier to the expansion of supply chains to the Global South is infrastructure. So many studies show that infrastructure development can promote supply chains. For example, this study showed that Kyushu Shinkansen, a high-speed train in Japan, increased firm performance and supply chain linkages in the rural regions along Shinkansen. And actually, this Kyushu is a region where currently semiconductor-related firms are agglomerating. So obviously, Shinkansen was helpful to the promotion of industry cluster. Another study showed that another Shinkansen, Hokuriku Shinkansen, increased research collaboration between the regions and Tokyo and the number of patents in the region. So that means infrastructure development can promote both the supply chain development and also innovation. And this one is showing that in Sri Lanka, infrastructure is not sufficient. This is taken from a report by FAO showing agricultural supply chains in Colombo. You can see that agriculture products are transported a lot in the region, but this report is suggesting that infrastructure, transport infrastructure is not sufficient. And talking about the infrastructure, you know that China contributed a lot to infrastructure development in the Global South through their Belt and Road Initiative. Recently, I examined the effect of BRI and found that BRI increased not only FDI from China to the BRI countries, but also FDI from the US and from Japan. Accordingly, GDP of BRI countries, GDP per capita of BRI countries increased a lot. So China is kind of contributing a lot to the development of the Global South. Although I understand that there may be many problems in their strategies. And because I'm a Japanese, I want to also mention contribution of Japan. In my study, I found that infrastructure ODA, official development assistance from Japan, actually increased the FDI, particularly from Japan. This is possibly because infrastructure ODA can strengthen bilateral relationships and information flows. A typical example from Sri Lanka is this port of Colombo, developed by a JICA project a long time ago. And after that, Colombo Dockyard, a joint venture company with a Japanese company, was established. And also, in addition to infrastructure development, technical assistance through ODA can also develop sustainable supply chains. I actually did a lot of work on this issue. For example, I found that JICA's technical assistance in the foundry industry in Indonesia and to the coffee farmers in Ethiopia, both projects contributed to the development of supply chains between Japan and the recipient country. So I want to suggest that more ODA should be utilized more effectively. For example, utilizing Japan's special terms for economic partnership, STEP, which is a tied aid with the transfer of state-of-the-art technology. One example of these STEP projects in Sri Lanka is the bridge over the Kelani River, which is an ongoing project. Also, I'd like to mention that human capital development is as important as physical infrastructure development. And one example is this plastic management capacity project in Sri Jayanapura University. I'm sorry, it's not the University of Colombo. But anyway, this kind of human capital development is also very important. And another barrier to the expansion of the supply chains to the global south is institutional differences, particularly differences in political and economic institutions, such as those related to democracy, human rights, and sustainability. And this figure is showing the negative correlation between the difference in the democracy level between the two countries and their bilateral trade. So the difference in the democracy can be a hurdle to the trade relationships. And this one is showing the democracy level for the US, Japan, Sri Lanka, and India. Unfortunately, there's a gap between these two types of countries. And these figures are showing the same correlation between the democracy difference and bilateral trade, particularly for the US and for Japan. And the red circles are showing Sri Lanka. So this implies that the trade between the US and Sri Lanka could be larger if the democracy gap would be, was smaller. However, if you look at the left figure, particularly for Japan, the correlation, the negative correlation between the difference in the democracy level and bilateral trade is not that large compared with the US. So that means Japan is quite flexible to dealing with the difference in the political institutions when we do trade. So basically, I'm suggesting that the West should be flexible to the differences and allow for gradual changes in the global South. And in that sense, Japan can be a bridge between the West and the global South, because Japan is kind of a latecomer in the global economy, and also we understand the value of the global South and Asia. Okay, so far we have talked about supply chains, the transaction of goods. But now let's talk about knowledge networks. Because recently, knowledge networks are often overlapped with supply chains. For example, suppliers and client firms are sharing information and technology and collaborating to develop new products. And in fact, one of my studies showed that such research collaboration can improve the quality of innovation at the firm level. And this figure shows that the effect of international research collaboration is much larger than the effect of domestic research collaboration. This is possibly because through international research collaboration, firms can learn new knowledge that is not available domestically. So I want to suggest that international research collaboration, which I call knowledge friendshoring, should be promoted. However, unfortunately, international research collaboration by Japanese firms is not very active. In terms of the share of international co-invention in total patent applications, Japan is the worst too among major countries. However, still I'm happy to see that recently international research collaboration of Japan with the US, Europe, and Taiwan has been promoted by policies, particularly in the semiconductor industry, as shown in these figures. But here we need policies, again, such as information provision, matching support, and research grants for collaboration. I also want to note that research collaboration between the West and the Global South is now active and should be promoted more. This figure shows the international research collaboration on the COVID-19 medical research. So you can see Sri Lanka, the red circle, and also you can also see India, Bangladesh, many Global South countries. So the Global South countries are emerging as innovators in the world research field. And you can also see that Japan is close to Sri Lanka in this map, which means Japan and Sri Lanka collaborating with each other for COVID-19 research to some extent at least. Oh, by the way, maybe here we can see Sri Lanka possibly because of researchers in the University of Colombo, as shown in the video at the beginning of this symposium. Okay, finally, let me mention industry policy, because recently industry policy has been implemented by many countries such as the US, Japan, Europe, and China to develop sustainable supply chains. And the theory of industrial policy suggests that industrial policies such as infant industry protection using trade restrictions can be justified in the presence of increasing return to scale in a particular industry. And also onshoring policies can be justified for supply chain resilience. However, still industrial policies are not always successful because of government failures and inefficiency. So we need to be careful when we implement industry policies in practice. Moreover, empirical evidence on the effect of industrial policy are mixed. Some found a positive effect, others found a negative or insignificant effect. In particular, if we look at China's industrial policy, one study finds that subsidies to firms have a positive effect on productivity only in competitive industries. And another study found that subsidies were provided to low productivity firms and have a positive impact on employment, but negative impact on productivity. So even in China, we don't see, industrial policy is not always successful. Then what about recent industrial policy in the semiconductor industry in particular? Japan attracted a plant to TSMC, the top semiconductor foundry firm, to the western part of Japan, Kyushu, using a huge subsidy of $8 billion. Then, but I believe that this industrial policy has been successful so far. Why? First, the government attracted FDI of high-tech firms. And it is evidenced that technology spills over from FDI with high technologies by several studies, including mine. And also, it was actually, Kyushu was already a region of industrial cluster of electrical machinery and automobile industry. And after the attraction of TSMC's plant, other firms like materials, user firms, and also machinery firms agglomerating in this region, creating a supply chain, regional supply chains. And it is also evidence that technology spills over through such regional supply chains. And in addition to the production plant, a research center of TSMC was also attracted by policies. So then we would expect knowledge spillovers through international research collaboration. So that's why I'm quite positive about the current industrial policy, although of course we should still be careful about the future effectiveness. But this example is showing the importance of evidence-based policy making, EBPM. And today's symposium topic is frontier research. So we can contribute to the society by frontier research in this way. So let me summarize and conclude. Sustainable global supply chains can be created by further expansion between the West and the Global South, in particular Japan and Sri Lanka, through developing infrastructure by ODA and promoting FDI, and allowing for institutional differences between the West and the Global South. In this regard, I believe Japan can be a bridge. And we further have to promote research collaboration between the two parties. And further, we need to utilize industrial policy effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that very informative keynote address this evening. While we request you to remain on stage for a moment, I now invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair and Senior Professor of Business Economics, H.D. Kanuratne, accompanied by Professor Dilshan Disanaika, Chairperson of the Symposium, on stage to present the token of appreciation on behalf of the University of Colombo. So I think there is a token of appreciation from Professor Yasuki Todo also to our Vice Chancellor. Ladies and gentlemen, join hands once again for Professor Yasuki Todo from the Graduate School of Economics, Waseda University, Japan, for that very informative keynote address this evening at the inauguration session of the Annual Research Symposium of the University of Colombo for the year 2024. A moment that we share the cultures between the two nations. Japan has been a very long friend of Sri Lanka since very old days, and is looking forward to that collaboration in the future as well. Well, thank you very much, sirs and madam. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with our final keynote address in this inauguration session of the Annual Research Symposium of the University of Colombo for the year 2024. It is with great honor we recognize our third keynote speaker, Dr. Vinya Ariratna, the President of the Sarvodaya Shramadana Movement of Sri Lanka. So before we invite him on stage, let me now invite Dr. Sanjay Tilakaratna, the Chairperson of the IT and Publicity Committee of ARS, to introduce our third keynote speaker for this evening.
Dr. Vinya Ariratna. Dr. Vinya Ariratna is a board-certified specialist in community medicine and the immediate past president 2023 of Sri Lanka Medical Association. He is past president and fellow of the College Community Physician of Sri Lanka. Dr. Ariratna obtained his Doctor of Medicine MD degree from the De La Salle University in Philippines, Master of Public Health MPH degree from the Johns Hopkins University, USA. He also holds the degree of Master of Science MSc and Doctor of Medicine MD in community medicine from the Postgraduate Institute of Medicine of the University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. He also visiting fellow at the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine, UK, and chairing fellow at the Netfield Institute, Faculty of Medicine and Health of the University of Leeds, UK, where he obtained the distinction for the postgraduate certificate in health management, planning and policy. In 2007, he was awarded the degree of Doctor of Civil Law DCL honoris causa by University of Durham, UK, for his outstanding contribution towards tsunami recovery in Sri Lanka. Dr. Aryaratna possesses extensive experience in public health, community-based research and development, disaster management, nutrition and child health. Dr. Aryaratna, it is great pleasure to invite you to deliver the keynote speech here. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good evening. In the interest of time, I am going to skip many of the slides that I have planned to use, and I'll probably give a summary of the key points that I am going to, I was planning to present today. So, my topic is building a sustainable future through impactful research, the role of community and civil society. Vice Chancellor, Ms. Kubota, and Professor Todo and all the other speakers and distinguished faculty members, academic staff of Colombo University and the other universities, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I represent an organization which is devoted to community development, and I also is part of a relatively new institution within that larger organization called the Sarvodaya Institute of Higher Learning. And I really consider it an honor and a privilege to be able to contribute to today's proceedings, particularly though my background is in public health. I have had the privilege and the opportunity to work in community development since my childhood, and I am going to share the experience that I have gained in really understanding the reality of different communities and the social and other problems that these communities have been facing in Sri Lanka. So, I will sorry, මෙතන move වෙනවා අරක move වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Yeah. So, I divide my presentation into three parts. One, I will give an overview of community engagement in research and some working definitions, and then the philosophical basis of the movement that I represent, because that gives the background to the topic that I am going to elaborate on, and then looking towards the future. So, basically the role of communities in civil society and civil society in research. Communities and civil society organizations are essential to impactful research in sustainability. Their involvement ensures that sustainability research addresses local realities, meets pressing needs of communities, and support them in the long term, inclusive of environmental and social goals. by engaging communities and CSOs or civil society organizations in every phase of research, from identifying issues to developing solutions, researchers can create outcomes that are actionable, equitable and relevant to those most affected by environmental challenges. Communities bring invaluable insights into ecological conditions, traditional knowledge and sustainable practices, helping to shape research questions and methodologies that are culturally appropriate and environmentally attuned. These things are nothing new to the senior researchers who are here, and I have had the privilege of working with some of them in many disciplines. And civil society, on the other hand, act as a bridge between the researchers, policymakers and the public, advocating for sustainable solutions, raising awareness and awareness around pressing issues such as climate change, biodiversity loss and social inequality. I will not go into the definitions, but just touch on the last two. Particularly the community engaged research is very vital at this moment, because the communities are facing the brunt of the climate change and sustainability issues more than any other privileged classes in our society. So, here when you look at of course, the community, civil society, these are just ordinary definitions, but in community engaged research is a process that incorporates inputs from people who are the who the research outcomes will impact, and involve such people or groups as equal partners throughout the research process. This is not new, but my experience during the last 20-25 years in the academia is that such equal partnerships do not really happen. And then in terms of community led research approach, here it involves people from the local community taking the role of a co-researcher. I think this is very important, and it is a voluntary role by the community, or the community leaders are involved. Now, in that, this is a continuum, not just in the involvement of communities in research, but in general as well. The most basic is that you just do an outreach to them, you just provide information. This is what we are doing. I am working on a master's, I am working on a PhD, you give me this information, right. Of course, we follow the ethical principles and all that. That is at the very basic level. Other is really consult, you get specific information or feedback on an issue. Others is little bit advanced, you involve them in some level and you take them seriously, it is participation. The other, then when you move up in the ladder, it is a partnership with the community on each aspect of whatever the intervention, whether it is a research project or a community satisfying a community need through a project. However, the ideal is a shared leadership, shared ownership, forming strong partnership structures among the participating entities, and this is one where we should aim at, where we would really treat our communities as equal partners in generating new knowledge, and also in the process, as I will discuss in a little while, learn from the community as well. So, there is enormous power of community in research. When we think of impactful research, what is impact? Impact is something that will transform a situation to the better. We envision rigorous studies, data driven conclusions and scholarly publications. Yet the most transformative research is born when it moves beyond academia and resonates with the people it aims to serve. It is here that community engagement becomes invaluable. Community engagement enables researchers to go beyond theory and statistics to understand lived realities, struggles and aspirations of communities at the heart of their work. It ensures that research is not only about communities, but also by and for communities. Communities are also the custodians of wealth of knowledge and traditional practices, not always positive, but there is a knowledge base in the community, and they have sustained them for generations. By engaging with them, researchers gain access to insights that cannot be generally found in textbooks or laboratories. This collaboration enriches research, ensuring it remains relevant, grounded and adaptable to the specific context in which it will be applied. Then when you come to the benefits of the community engagement, of course it improves research quality and it can improve better trust with the community, and that can strengthen the local ownership of the research as well, and also importantly equity. The disparities, because sometimes our own research create disparities. Sometimes we bring information to the communities, shape their opinion, and then there is deprivation that happens. We can also overcome cultural barriers if the community is involved from the very beginning, and also the community can ask meaningful questions and help develop effective programs, effective interventions to address their own needs. So, the benefits of community engagement is also for researchers, academics as well as for the community. It is a two-way process. Now, the role of civil society and grassroots organizations is that they are uniquely positioned to bridge the gap between researchers and communities. The same way our professor mentioned about the Japan as a country can position itself to be the bridge between the South and the West. I think the civil society can also be the bridge. Now, let me elaborate on the principles that we follow as a social development organization, the Sarvodaya Prasamadana movement. I will not go into describing more about the organization, but it has a philosophical basis, and it has had a very historical evolution in its activities, and it believes in holistic development, that development is not just about physical development, but also spiritual, moral, cultural, social, economic and political development, and this process is termed as an awakening process, awakening of all, Sarvodaya, and Shramadhan is you share whatever you have, because we talk of a shared economy now. Those were not concepts that existed 30-40 years ago when these philosophies were first introduced. So, we recognize that all beings are interconnected, and it is very interesting when Professor Mohan Munasinghe showed that slide with the safe level. Why we say that it is not just a no poverty society that we envisage, but we envisage a no affluence society is also because of that. An affluent society exploits resources, exploits humanity. So, we want to have the middle path that is there now. The Buddhist economics is all about the middle path, and it has people like Schumacher, E.F. Schumacher have really 30-40 years ago talked about this, and today it has become mainstream economics, even practiced in some Western countries as well. So, in this background, we look at education, particularly as a development organization, looked at development as an awakening process. Education has been the core. It is the process of awareness and consciousness that moves individuals and communities to understand the dynamics of social development, understand the reality, and initiate processes to improve themselves first, and that is about the social transformation we are talking. So, for nearly 65 years, Sarvodaya was introducing this concept of we can transform ourselves, first ourselves, our spiritual lives, then our families, our communities, in addressing our needs, and we learn by doing. So, to address the felt needs of the community, and in whatever you undertake, it is on a scientific basis, even if it is cutting a road or putting up a drinking water well, there is a science introduced. A community science is always there, because the pioneers themselves were teachers, academics. So, they always approached social problems not as a charitable intervention, but based on solid scientific knowledge. But the difference is that they mobilize the local resources and also combine with the traditional knowledge. And we were trying to satisfy 10 basic human needs, and even today the organization is involved in satisfying basic needs in the community, starting with environment, water supply, clothing, nutrition, housing, healthcare, communication, energy and educational needs, and spiritual and cultural needs. So, the capital formation, I think Professor Mohan Munasinghe also touched on that. When we talk of capital formation, we only look at financial capital, but there is also a huge amount of Of course, social capital is recognized, but the spiritual capital, it's about relationships, it's about how we respect each other. Even in research, do we respect others? Do we honestly safeguard the confidentiality of information that we collect? And what is the use that what's the use of how do we use the data or the information that we collect? So, we try to form this the capital in the form of spiritual, social and financial. So, it's a collective process where where we try to build a just and sustainable and compassionate social order that fulfills the basic needs of the community through individual and collective awakening. So, we have infrastructure that extends throughout the country, and when we celebrated our 50th anniversary in 2008, the Sarvodaya Institute of Higher Learning was born. Now, when we talk of higher learning, what is the need for higher learning? Here the higher does not mean in terms of the level of qualification or degree, it is deeper learning. And why we thought, after working for more than 5 decades as a social development organization, we need to enter into higher learning in a very different way. Complexity of the environment. What is the complexity? The complexity is that we have a reality. Now, this is the multidimensional poverty index of the Census and Statistics Department in 2019. Of course, subsequently we have the multidimensional vulnerability index, MVI, referred to by Ms. Azusa. I mean, how can 50% of a population in one district or belonging to the estate sector be deprived of these main facilities or services that they require? How can 7 million people, even as we speak, 7 million people suffer in poverty in Sri Lanka? Out of the 7 million, 4 million were newcomers to the level of poverty because of the COVID-19 and the economic crisis. Estate communities, more than 50% of estate community is not having food security. Huge impact on the education. A significant percentage of children are dropping out of school. So, this is the complexity we are dealing with. Nutrition has not improved even despite so much interventions. Particularly during the last 3 years, child nutrition, maternal nutrition have really worsened. So, and food insecurity, if you look at all provinces have experienced food insecurity. When you look at the youth labor force, although our unemployment rate taken for the entire working population is low, we know that youth unemployment rate is high. So, this persistent and rising youth unemployment is of a particular concern. So, that is the complexity of environment that we have to deal with. So, education we provide need to be at a greater depth and wider range, and therefore, there was a need for a hub that will redefine the kind of education, not the formal education, but the education for transforming our lives to the better. Achieving sustainable development was what we were looking at. So, then also in order to meet these needs of the complex environment, there had been expansion of services. Significantly, the diversity of the different types of interventions we have provided have been also enhancing. Then the network of institutions through which we call Development Education Institute have been growing. And also there was expectation from the new generation that they should be up to date in terms of their knowledge and skills to meet the demands of the 21st century. So, that is how we entered into this concept of higher learning. It is a broader perspective of education where it is not about knowledge and skills, but also about values. It is about pedagogical methodologies that enable mutual learning. It is not about, and Vice Chancellor used the new name, learning partners, not students. I noticed that. So, I do not know whether now you have formally adopted that term. So, it is because there no teacher-student relationship anymore. It's all are co-learners. An interdisciplinary approach, again, which was referred to in the previous speakers' presentations. So higher learning is about communities of practice. Now, through the research symposium, you are trying to bring the entire university as a community of practice in pooling your knowledge, to be able to have synergy, to make a better impact. Then it's also about knowledge management. We talk about best practices, but a pioneering institution should be forward looking. What are the next practices? You don't wait until a crisis occurs, but you should be able to anticipate. And there's also now new techniques to do scenario building, and you can say that this is the requirement of the future. Then collaboration with other bodies of knowledge. Even right now we have a lot of collaboration with some other researchers who are here, Colombo University, Peradeniya University, Sri Jayawardenepura. I mean, they are partnerships because we can't do our even academic work alone. So what are the assumptions? This is very important. In our approach to research and also knowledge transfer or knowledge exchange, we treat any village or an urban community in Sri Lanka as a potential learning center in the process of producing knowledge and practice, and also engaging in the process of lifelong learning. Now we are engaged in non-formal education for more than 30-40 years now. So every individual, no matter what the age is, will continue to learn. And it can, even though every community is a learning center, it has to collaborate, it has to be organized in a way. That is where certain academic principles come in. We don't just let everything happen that way. No, there are standards, there is quality maintenance, all that. So co-learning centers are established around the country at district level mainly, and the problems of the village community as perceived by them are the priority areas for the work of SIHL and the proposed Sarvodaya University. We choose our research projects on our own, based on our own career aspirations, or based on the requirements of a particular qualification. But it's not fair. We do so much community research. After we collect the data, we never go back to the community. It's unethical. So that has to change. And the very important point is that we measure our success as academics by getting our degree. If we defend our thesis well, that's the end of it. But here, we will be regarded as being effective to the extent that it assists the communities in dealing satisfactorily with their problems. So ideal situation will be that if you do a research, even for a master's or another degree, the student goes back to the village and present, just like him presenting to the panel of examiners, the findings, and if the community can understand, and if they can also say that you pass because we now have a solution to our problem. That is the ideal that we are aiming at. So this Sarvodaya Institute of Higher Learning, we have a beautiful faculty campus that you can visit in Bandaragama. It's a center for renewal of Sri Lankan society and what we call Artha Dharma society, economic prosperity based on values. And the education unit actually is the community, and any benefit to the individual. We are also giving certificates, we follow NVQ qualifications and aspire also to the other levels as well now. But it's not geared at giving a qualification to an individual, it's the community's upbringing. So if the community has poverty, if it doesn't get out of poverty, there's no use of giving vocational training to the youth or any type of other courses being offered to them. So this campus, now I am giving the example where actually some of the Colombo University professors have also helped us in this. It's a 8-acre campus. It's a biological hotspot in Sri Lanka in Bandaragama, and we did an assessment of every plant and every species over a period of 10 years. And today we have, we will be publishing this soon. In a habitat area, there is a river bank, then there is agroforestry, and there is also cultivations like coconut and pineapple, botanical garden, and we had a professor, late professor who was from Sri Jayawardhanapura, who gave us a list of all the threatened species of plants from all over Sri Lanka, and we have tried to preserve them there. And the lake habitat and a butterfly garden and a Japanese method called the Miyawaki garden. It is one of the few Miyawaki gardens in Sri Lanka, you can go and see. And then there are 141 plant species and genera, 109 genera and belonging to 51 families, 50 native and 7 endemic. Red listed species are also there too and vulnerable, and all are now labeled with QR codes, because the idea is that anyone walking into that campus, particularly children visit, even preschool children, school children, there are tracks being done now. The learning starts from the moment that they enter, it is not the classroom. So they see the tree and they can see the use of that tree, and because even our children sometimes haven't seen the kind of native plants that we could identify very easily, that we grew up with. So connection to the nature, all that is done scientifically. So the techniques used are the academic techniques, but the difference is that it is responding to a community need and it is done collectively. So in terms of formal courses, of course, we run leadership, community development, environment and climate change, peace and reconciliation, social entrepreneurship and economic empowerment, human rights and governance, applied research partnerships, which we are, which I referred to earlier, and we look forward to expanding these partnerships as well on these principles that I elaborated earlier. So we also have a joint partnership with Good Life X, tech related startup company, and here we are looking at health and healing through food, innovation and biomimicry, ecology and nature, art and ecology, mind, something called mind gardening and spiritual well-being, upcycling and sustainability. So these are new concepts that we are now developing into courses, and already 3 courses have been held in this site. So just to conclude, now if you look at the global trend in community engagement in research, and this is really from studies done in US, one university researcher said the reason that these 2 entities come together in every community, 2 entities mean the universities and the community across the US, is because community members have knowledge and resources about the community, and researchers have knowledge and resources about the research. Then a community leader is quoted saying that academic researchers need to be able to come to the community with all of their talents, skills and knowledge, but be able to balance those skills and be prepared to come to the community with humility. And this is very important, I think. Some of the best practitioner academics that I have met, they are the most important, admirable quality is humility. While still owning, you do not have to disown your qualifications, you do not have to disown your knowledge, expertise, to be humble, to be able to respond to the community. So in conclusion, let me put these ideas. Building sustainable future requires mutual trust and commitment to shared learning. Shared learning is very important. Researchers must listen to and learn from communities as much as they educate them. This is not always easy. It requires a genuine humility and respect for the community knowledge that communities bring. But when achieved, this mutual respect fosters a collaborative environment in which researchers and communities work side by side, resulting in more impactful and sustainable outcomes. Moreover, investing in human capacity within communities is crucial. Now in the villages that we work, at least 1 or 2 youths are trained in the scientific approach, and they also bring in their own views and skills to the process. This not only enhances data collection and analysis, but also builds a network of local experts, local academics. What we call this community science is a very popular idea now. practitioners of community science. And long after the project is completed, they can monitor the impact of these research projects. Then adapting research to social, cultural and environmental context, I think I need not elaborate. It's really blending of the old and the new that can create sustainable solutions that are both innovative and deeply rooted in the community's identity. And finally, towards a sustainable and inclusive future, as we look to the future, we must remember that sustainable development is not just a technical or a scientific challenge, it is also a social challenge. This morning Sri Lanka hosted a very important conference on stillbirths. Stillbirths is a major problem still in Sri Lanka, although our rates are lower than the global rates, but many mothers suffer silently of loss of these babies. And they are born, of course, dead. So, there are also, it is very important that we address these social dimensions, and it is about rethinking our own relationships, starting with our own self. Sometimes we have to question our own choices with regard to our research priorities as well. Community engagement in research brings us closer to achieving this balance. It reminds us that ultimately sustainable solutions are those that empower communities, respect their values and building resilience. In conclusion, if we are to create a sustainable future, we must take community engagement central to research process. Of course, there may be space research and all that where communities may not be directly involved, but I was involved in the first ever ethical framework for climate research by the American Geological Union. Myself and an African professor were the two southern representatives, and for the first time this is hardcore research on climate change, satellite based solutions and all that, but they recognize the importance of community's voice in that. So we must approach research not as a one-way street, but as a journey of shared discovery, learning and empowerment. When communities and researchers have come together, they not only create knowledge, but also lay the foundation for a sustainable, inclusive and resilient future for all. Thank you for your kind listening.
Thank you very much, sir, and we kindly request you to remain on stage. And keeping the formalities of today's event, I respectfully invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair and Senior Professor in Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, and Symposium Chair, Professor Dilshan Disanaika, to do the honors and felicitate Dr. Vinya Ariratne, the President of the Sarvodaya Shramadhana Movement of Sri Lanka, for delivering a magnificent keynote address addressing the Annual Research Symposium 2024. That was Dr. Vinya Ariratne, the President of the Sarvodaya Shramadhana Movement, delivering the keynote address of ARS 2024. And we are now stepping for another momentous occasion at today's event.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathered at the Annual Research Symposium for the year 2024 to celebrate an exceptional milestone in the realm of scientific research and innovation. In the latest release of the updated science-wide author database of standardized citation indicators from Elsevier, 10 of our esteemed researchers from the University of Colombo has been recognized among the world's top 2% of scientists for their immense contributions to science. This achievement is a testament to the global impact of Sri Lankan research and the groundbreaking work done right here in Colombo.
Ladies and gentlemen and respected dignitaries, as we all know, this symposium stands as a beacon of knowledge and innovation, bridging together some of the finest minds of our university and beyond, and all united with a shared commitment to academic excellence and discovery. And here today we celebrate the relentless pursuit of new knowledge, exploring cutting-edge research and discuss impactful solutions to some of the most pressing issues in the world. And we are privileged to have the top 2% researchers of the world rankings of the University of Colombo. And with all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, may we have a big round of applause for that insightful dedication towards the betterment of the world. And as we embark on this exceptional journey to acknowledge the brilliance of our researchers, and I'm delighted to invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair and Senior Professor in Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, to present the awards. And I respectfully invite to accompany Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratne to stage, Professor Dilshan Sanayaka, the Symposium Chair of ARS 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be reading out the citations and invite the respective recipient with all due respect to the stage of ARS 2024, and the awardees may most respectfully come to the stage to receive their respective awards. I invite Emeritus Professor Kamini Bendis of the Faculty of Medicine. Professor Kamini Bendis is a medical scientist, researcher and a public health specialist. She has worked extensively on malaria research at the Malaria Research Institute of the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo, which she herself established. And her original scientific contributions on malaria are widely published and have received national and international recognition, including the World Health Organization. And with all due respect, we are reminding her today at the ARS 2024, and without her presence, it would have been a great endeavor that we witness her presence as well.
And the next award goes to Emeritus Professor W.D. Ratnasurya from the Faculty of Science. Professor W.D. Ratnasurya embarked upon his academic journey with the University of Colombo in 1973. His research focusing on three major disciplines, namely mammalian reproduction, bioactivity of Sri Lankan herbs, including Sri Lankan black tea, and the biology of Sri Lankan elephants and bats, have won him an unparalleled array of national and international awards and accolades. Unfortunately, Professor W.D. Ratnasurya is unable to accept the award as he is currently overseas, but we shall recognize him for his outstanding achievements today.
Recognizing Professor Ratnasurya, will be moving to felicitate Emeritus Professor Saroj Jaisinghe from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Professor Jaisinghe is Emeritus Professor of Medicine and a specialist in internal medicine, and according to his publications fell into several themes: clinical presentation of diseases, complex models of clinical reasoning, complexity in science in medicine, systems thinking in population health and SDGs, mathematical modeling of dengue and new urban science, innovation medical devices, curriculum reforms and medical education for COVID and medical humanities. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Emeritus Professor Saroj Jaisinghe from the Faculty of Medicine from the prestigious University of Colombo.
Moving on with the next award, Professor Nadira D. Karunavira from the Faculty of Medicine. Professor Nadira is the Chair and Senior Professor of Parasitology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. She has done extensive research in the field of malaria and is credited for establishing the first diagnostic research and training laboratory in leishmaniasis in the country. But unfortunately, Professor Nadira is currently overseas and is unable to accept the award, but we shall recognize her for her achievements. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Nadira D. Karunavira from the Faculty of Medicine.
Respecting the traditions and formalities, going ahead with new technology, ARS 2024 is being live streamed. This is held in a hybrid mode. So Professor Deepika Fernando of the Faculty of Medicine is currently joining us online, and Professor Deepika Fernando is a medical parasitologist who has researched and published extensively on tropical infectious diseases, malaria, dengue and leishmaniasis. This work has led to evidence-based recommendations of the malaria elimination and the prevention of re-establishment of malaria program in Sri Lanka. She developed diagnostic and risk prediction models for dengue in clinical settings, which led to collaborations with overseas universities. Ladies and gentlemen, she is joining us live online. May we have a big round of applause for Professor Deepika Fernando from the Faculty of Medicine.
Moving on with the next award. The next award goes to Professor Senaka Rajapaksha from the Faculty of Medicine. Professor Senaka Rajapaksha is the Chair Professor of Medicine, Faculty of Medicine, and the Director of Postgraduate Institute of Medicine, University of Colombo. His research interest is in the tropical infectious diseases and has over 150 publications with an H index of 44 and over 6,500 citations. He has won numerous research awards, including the CVCD Most Outstanding Senior Researcher in Health Science Awards. Once again, Professor Senaka Rajapaksha from the Faculty of Medicine, he would be joining with us online as he is unable to join us.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now be moving to felicitate another 2% top researcher from the University of Colombo, once again from the prestigious Faculty of Medicine, Professor Priyanka Ranasinghe. Professor Priyanka Ranasinghe is a professor in pharmacology attached to the Department of Pharmacology, the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. His research interests are in clinical pharmacology, hypertension, and pharmacogenomics. He has published over 150 papers in peer-reviewed index journals and has an H index of 52 with over 27,500 citations to date, and the recipient is of over 30 awards for research, including consecutive presidential awards for CVCD Research Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Professor Priyanka Ranasinghe.
Moving on with the next award, Professor Ranil Jayawardena from the Faculty of Medicine. Professor Ranil Jayawardena is a professor in nutrition from the Department of Physiology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Professor Jayawardena's research interests lie primarily in the areas of nutrition. He has a vast array of research experience, which includes multinational research collaborations, clinical trials, nationwide epidemiological surveys, and systematic reviews and meta-analysis. He has won over 175 international peer-reviewed publications with an H index of 53 and over 24,000 citations. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Professor Ranil Jayawardena from the Faculty of Medicine.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead with another award for the Faculty of Medicine, Dr. Meran Keshava Edirivera. Dr. Edirivera is currently working as a lecturer in the Department of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology at the Faculty of Medicine at the first IB-MPB postgraduate alumnus to be included in the Stanford Elsevier top 2% scientist for 2 consecutive years, 2023 and 2024, and currently he has over 1,800 citations with an H index of 20. His research areas include fatty acid biochemistry, epigenetics, and lipodomics. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Meran Keshava Edirivera from the Faculty of Medicine, University of Colombo. Been felicitated as one of the 2% researcher from top rankings of the world universities at the Annual Research Symposium 2024.
Dr. Umesh Jayaraja from the Faculty of Medicine. Dr. Umesh Jayaraja is a senior resident in general surgery who is skilled in general, gastrointestinal, breast, and endocrine surgery. He has over 200 publications in indexed and peer-reviewed journals and 220 presentations with over 6,300 citations. Dr. Umesh will also be joining with us online as he is currently overseas. So once more, a big round of applause to Dr. Umesh Jayaraja from the Faculty of Medicine.
With that, we'll be coming to a closure, felicitating the top 2% researchers from world rankings, and we kindly request the presentation party, Professor Karunaratne and Professor Disanaika, to remain on stage with all the respect, and we'll be moving to the Senate Awards general category of the University of Colombo. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great honor that we now present the University of Colombo Senate Awards for research publications for the year 2023 and Senate commendations for the year 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now on stage the Vice Chancellor of University of Colombo, who would do the honors, and the deans of the respective faculties, accompanied by the chairperson of the annual Research Symposium, as we recognize the accomplishment and the dedication of our researchers this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, first up, I would respectfully invite the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Vidya Jyoti, Professor Vajra Disanaika, on stage to join with the presentation party representing the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, Chair and Senior Professor in Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, and Symposium Chair of ARS 2024, Dr. Dilshan Disanaika. I would like to invite Professor Priyanka Ranasinghe from the Department of Pharmacology, Faculty of Medicine, to receive the first Senate Awards from the Faculty of Medicine at the ARS 2024. Thank you very much. And next up, I would like to invite Professor Ranil Javardhana from the Faculty of Medicine's Department of Physiology. Thank you very much, sir. The Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, Professor Vidya Jyoti Vajradisanaika, to taking part in the presentation party.
And moving on with the next Senate Award, I invite the Dean of the Faculty of Arts, Professor L. Manavadu, to join us on stage. And the next Senate Award in the general category goes to Dr. Ananda Vai Karunaratne from the Department of Geography, Faculty of Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, give another round of applause to Dr. Ananda Vai Karunaratne. The next award goes to Professor Iresha M. Lakshman, Department of Sociology, Faculty of Arts.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause for the Faculty of Arts. And I would like to thank Professor L. Manavadu, the Dean of the Faculty of Arts, for taking part in the presentation party. And I would like to invite the Acting Dean of the Faculty of Science, Professor Sanjeeva Pereira, to join the presentation party. And awarding the Faculty of Science, Professor Upul Sonadara, the Department of Physics, Faculty of Science. Currently, he is joining us live from overseas as the ARS 2024 is being conducted in a hybrid mode. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, I would like to invite from the Faculty of Science, Professor K.M. Nalin De Silva, Chair and Senior Professor from Department of Chemistry, the Faculty of Science from the University of Colombo.
Professor Sanjeeva for joining with us on stage. And now, moving on with the next Senate Award, I invite the Dean of Faculty of Law, Professor N.S. Punchiheva, up on stage. And the award goes to Professor Dinesha Samaratna, Department of Public and International Law, Faculty of Law.
Thank you very much, sir. And currently she is joining online in a hybrid mode for ARS 2024. And I always, with respect, I invite the Dean of the Faculty of Education, Dr. L.M. Kapila Bandara, to join with the presentation party. To receive the Senate Award of the General Category of ARS 2024 from the Faculty of Education, I would like to invite Professor H.M. Lalita Kumari from the Department of Social Science Education of the respective faculty of the University of Colombo.
Dean of the Faculty of Education, Dr. L.M. Kapila Bandara. And moving on with the next award, I invite the Dean of Faculty of Management and Finance, Professor H.M.N. Padmasiri, up on stage. And for the next award, I invite Professor Chair Arosha S. Adhikaram, Department of Human Resource Management, Faculty of Management and Finance. The next award, I invite Professor Tharusha N. Gunaratna, Department of Accounting, Faculty of Management and Finance.
Thank you very much, Professor Padmasiri, for joining the presentation party. And I would like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Technology, Professor R.U.K. Piyadasa, to join the presentation party, along with the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo and Symposium Chair of ARS 2024. To receive the award from the Faculty of Technology, I would like to invite Mr. Navod Niranjan Tilakaratne from the Department of Information and Communication Technology for the Faculty of Technology, University of Colombo.
Mr. Navod Niranjan Tilakaratne will be joining with us online. So moving on with the next Senate Award. In the general category, I invite the Dean of the Faculty of Nursing, Professor S.S.P. Varnakula Surya, up on stage. And the award goes to Professor Sudat Varnakula Surya, the Department of Clinical Nursing, Faculty of Nursing. And he will be joining with us live. So moving on with the next award, Dr. Thilina Lakmini Gunathilaka from the Department of Basic Sciences and Social Science for Nursing, Faculty of Nursing.
Proceeding with the Senate Awards of the General Category of ARS 2024, I would like to respectfully invite the Dean of Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, Professor Pathitage Kamal Pereira, to join the presentation party, along with the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo and Symposium Chair of Annual Research Symposium 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two recipients from Faculty of Indigenous Medicine as well. With all due respect, I would like to invite Professor K.R. Veerasekara from the Department of Ayurveda Medicine and Indigenous Medicine of the Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo, to receive the first token of appreciation, the Senate Award of ARS 2024, representing the Faculty of Indigenous Medicine. Ladies and gentlemen and respected dignitaries, the second Senate Award from Faculty of Indigenous Medicine goes to Professor S.P. Molligoda from Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, University of Colombo.
Thank you very much, Dean of the Faculty of Indigenous Medicine, Professor P.K. Pereira. And moving on with the next award for the Senate Awards in the general category, I cordially invite the Rector of Sri Pali Campus, Professor S.W. Pratibha Mahanamaheva, up on stage. And for the first award, I cordially invite Dr. Pradeep N. Veerasinghe from the Department of Mass Media, Sri Pali Campus, University of Colombo. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another awardee from the Sri Pali Campus. And moving on with the next award, we have Miss Tisarini Kaluarachi from the Department of Computer Studies, Sri Pali Campus.
Thank you very much, Professor Pratibha Mahanamaheva, Director of Sri Pali Campus, and I would like to invite the Director of University of Colombo Institute for Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences, Professor D.M.C.Z. Gunatilaka, up on stage to join the presentation party. First up, representing the two recipients from the Institute of Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences of University of Colombo, I would like to invite Professor D.M.C.Z. Gunatilaka from Department of Food Technology, University of Colombo, Institute for Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences, to receive the respective Senate Award. Dr. N.P. Vidanapathirana from Department of Agro-Technology, University of Colombo, Institute for Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences, will be the second recipient of the Senate Awards from ARS 2024.
Thank you very much, Professor D.M.C.C. Gunatilaka, for being up on stage to present the award. And now, moving on with the next award, with the next Senate Award in the general category, I invite the Director of Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Professor Prasanna Galhena, up on stage. And the next Senate Award in the general category from the Institute of Biochemistry and Molecular Biology goes to Professor O.V.D.S. J. Veerasena from the Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology.
Thank you very much, Professor Prasanna Galhena, the Director of the Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology. Up on stage, I would like to invite the librarian of the University of Colombo, Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, to join the presentation party. Ladies and gentlemen, to receive the Senate Award, I would like to invite Dr. Ms. T. Sridharan from the Main Library of the University of Colombo. Thank you very much, Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, the librarian of the University of Colombo. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Senate Awards 2024 of Annual Research Symposium of the University of Colombo. And we'll be moving up with the Earlier Career Awards category.
For the Early Career Category Awards, I'd kindly like to request the Vice-Chancellor and the Chair of ARS to remain on stage. Firstly, from the Faculty of Medicine, the award goes to Professor Dakshita Vikramasinghe from the Department of Surgery.
The Senate Awards for Research in Early Career category from the Faculty of Arts. We have Dr. Sandamali Vijayaratna, Department of Geography, Faculty of Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, join your hands in recognition of these awardees from the Early Career category for their research in the year 2023 at ARS 2024. So next up, from the Faculty of Science, in Early Career category, we have Dr. Dilanga Sirivardhana, Department of Physics, Faculty of Science.
And next, we have Mr. Isuru Lianage from the Department of Public and International Law from the Faculty of Law. Also from the Faculty of Law, we have Mr. K.A.N. Tilakaratta from the Department of Public and International Law. Ladies and gentlemen, from the Faculty of Management and Finance, we have Dr. Kasun Pereira from the Department of Finance.
Next up, from the Sripali campus, the Early Career category, we have Mr. Amina Lukumanage, Department of Mass Media, Sripali campus. Next up on stage, from the Early Career category, from the Institute of Agro-Technology and Rural Sciences of the University of Colombo, we have Dr. B.S. Bandhusekara, Department of Agri-Technology from the Institute of Agri-Technology and Rural Sciences, University of Colombo.
From the Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, we have Professor S.R. Samarakoon. And also from the main library, Mrs. S. Shabnan Johora.
So we have awarded in the general category and early career category for the researchers of the University of Colombo for the year 2023. And finally, we are moving on with the Senate Commendation Awards for Research in the year 2023. While we request our Vice Chancellor Sir and the Chairperson of ARS to remain on stage, we would like to invite all the Senate Commendation awardees from the faculty to join on stage together as we recognize their research publications for the year 2023. So starting off with the Faculty of Medicine.
From the Faculty of Medicine, Vidya Jyoti, Professor Vajra H.W. Disanayaka, Professor Nirmala D. Sirisena, Professor Pulani Lanarol, Professor Indu Vaidya Tilaka. Dr. Meran Keshava Edirivira, Professor Upul Senerat, Professor Charukshi Arambepola, Dr. Dulani B.L. Samaranayaka, Dr. Praveen Nilendra Veeratunga, Professor Tershi Chang, Professor Eranga Vijay Vikrama, Professor Inoshi Atukorala, Professor Chandrika N. Vijayaratna, Dr. M.R.M. Rishad, Professor Pujita Vikramasinghe, Dr. Marianne Nishani Lucas, Professor T. Nilakshi Samaranayaka, Senior Professor Nadira D. Karunavira, Senior Professor Deepika Fernando, Dr. Vipula Bhattuarachi, Professor Shivasurya Shivaganesh, Dr. Duminder Subasinghe, Professor Sanjeeva Senaviratna, Professor Gominda Ponnam Peruma, Dr. Udari Lianage, Dr. M.A.N.K. Chandra Ratna.
Ladies and gentlemen, do join hands for the Senate Commendation Awardees from the Faculty of Medicine for the year 2023. Research Symposium of University of Colombo for the year 2024 focuses on impactful research, and today we acknowledge the contribution in the research field by our academics for the year 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, you are joining with that appreciation this evening. So once again, the Senate Commendation Awardees from the Faculty of Medicine for the year 2023. Well, next up, we are moving on with the Senate Commendation Awards for the Faculty of Arts. We invite all the awardees to join on stage together. We have Dr. I.W. Ratnayaka, Dr. Pavitra Jayavardhana, Dr. Manik Vakkumbura. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate Commendation Awardees from the Faculty of Arts in the year 2023. Right. Next up, we have the Senate Commendation Awardees from the Faculty of Science. Starting off with Professor B.S.S. Senaviratna, Professor K.R.R. Mahanama, Professor W.R.M. De Silva, Professor C.M. Nanayakara, Professor K.G.S.U. Aryavansa, Professor S.S.N. Pereira, Professor J. Jayasugithan, and Dr. Duminder Satarasinghe. ladies and gentlemen, join your hands once again for the Senate Commendation Awardees from the Faculty of Science for the year 2023. Well, next up we have the Senate Commendation Awardees from the Faculty of Management and Finance. The award winners: Professor D.T.D. Kodagoda, Dr. G.A.T.R. Pereira, and Dr. M.R.F. Ruvaya.
And now, from the Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences, the awardees are Dr. L.M. Rifnas and Mrs. K.G. Katibayarachi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have another round of applause for the awardees from the Colombo Institute for Agrotechnology and Rural Sciences. And now, from the Institute of Biochemistry, Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, the award goes to Dr. N. Fernando.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the Senate Research Awards of the University of Colombo for the year 2023. Thank you, sir and madam, for joining on stage as a presentation party.
Ladies and gentlemen, we concluded all the award presentations of Annual Research Symposium 2024. Being a prestigious university here in Sri Lanka, climbing the ladder higher in international rankings. Yes, from an undergraduate university, now for a postgraduate university. Researching with excellence, climbing to be one of the research universities, one of the best research universities in the world. University of Colombo proceeds with their unique excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, we now conclude the success, excellence achieved by the researchers who are present here, representing all the faculties, institutes, campuses, and all the respective plethora of the University of Colombo, to formally propose the vote of thanks and thank all the individuals who have set an example for the world representing the University of Colombo, and to joining a successful research symposium again in 2024. I would like to respectfully invite Professor Nimal Punyasari to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dear distinguished guests, Chair and Senior Professor of Business Economics, H.D. Karunaratne, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Colombo, the chief guest and the keynote speakers. It is with great honor and deep gratitude that I speak on behalf of the organizing committee of the annual research symposium at the University of Colombo 2024 to extend our heartfelt thanks to all who contributed both directly and indirectly to the success of our inauguration ceremony. Your support has been invaluable. We would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Azusa Kubota, the UNDP country representative for Sri Lanka, for honoring us with her presence as our chief guest. Her insightful remarks and inspiring address have significantly enriched this symposium. Thank you, Ms. Kubota, for sharing your wisdom with us. Our sincere appreciation also goes to Professor Mohan Munasinghe, Professor Yasuyuki Todo, and Dr. Vinya Ariyaratne for their thought-provoking keynote addresses. Their exceptional contributions have established a benchmark of excellence for all of us. We are profoundly grateful to Senior Professor H.D. Karunaratne, our Vice Chancellor, whose support has been vital in the meticulous planning and implementation of this event. We are immensely fortunate to have received the steadfast support of Professor Dilshani Disanayaka, Chairperson of the ARS 2024. We are deeply grateful for her unwavering dedication and tireless efforts, which have been foundation of our success. We also extend our gratitude to Rector, Deans, Directors, Registrar, Bursar, Librarian, Dr. Terence Nandadara of the University of Colombo Press, and all other staff for their invaluable support. A heartfelt thank you to Mr. S.M. Shifa for his exceptional administrative expertise, which was instrumental in the seamless execution of this symposium. The tireless effort of the academic and publication division team, including Mrs. Monica Kirial, are also greatly appreciated. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor A.A. Assis, Dean, Faculty of Graduate Studies, and his dedicated staff of the Faculty of Graduate Studies for their generous support in lending us this spacious auditorium. Your assistance in planning process has been invaluable, and we truly appreciate your commitment. Our sincere thanks also goes to main editors, Professor Vasantha Dhanapala, Professor Ruwan Gamage, Dr. Ruwan Kalubovila, and his team from Technomedia of the Faculty of Technology, and the editorial committee representing all entities of our university for their dedicated efforts in producing proceedings of the highest quality. Dr. Sanjay Tilakaratne, Chairperson of the IT and Publicity Committee, along with Sachini Amarasekara and the Faculty of Science Media team, also greatly acknowledged. Dr. Pavitra Jayawardena, co-chair of the Inauguration Committee, have played crucial roles in ensuring effective communication and widespread publicity. We extend our deepest thanks for their truly invaluable efforts. The Innovation Club of Faculty of Technology is also greatly appreciated for support. We also extend our heartfelt gratitude to dancing team from Sri Pali campus for their captivating performance, which brought vibrancy and energy to this event. We extend a heartfelt thank you to the comparing team led by Dr. Joyan Kotalavala from the University of Colombo. Their outstanding contributions have truly added a special touch to this event. Special thanks also go to our non-academic staff whose invaluable assistance in numerous ways greatly contributed to the success of this event. To our distinguished alumni, esteemed academics, and dedicated students, your enthusiastic participation, whether in person or virtually, has brought immense honor to this gathering. We are truly grateful for your presence. Lastly, to everyone who has contributed to the success of ARS 2024, whether mentioned here or not, please accept our deepest and most sincere gratitude. Thank you all for joining us today. We wish you a delightful evening filled with joy and inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we are officially at the conclusion of the event today. A few housekeeping announcements before we close. The group photographs of the felicitated researchers, research award winners, and the organizing committee will take place in the auditorium on stage shortly. There is also a photo booth outside if you would like to have your individual photographs captured by the FOSS media team. And we also invite you to please visit the exhibition of inventions and innovations by researchers of the University of Colombo. This has been organized by the University Business Linkage Cell, and we encourage you to encourage these researchers on their journey by visiting their creations. Fellowship and refreshments will be served on the 5th floor shortly, which is just one floor down. So you are most welcome and you are invited to join the fellowship there as well. On behalf of the team of compeers, thank you for being a very patient and attentive audience. It has been our pleasure to be your hosts this evening, and we wish you all a pleasant and an enjoyable evening as well. Thank you.